Okay. That was different. I think I may have some... Oh, that might be why right there. 1 second. All right. And my headset's already dying. I'm going to have to try to find a way to... Hold on 1 second. I need to find a cord. Nope. My headset is low on battery. Oh, actually... All right. Let's try that. Okay, let's try... Yeah, that's better. Okay, yeah. A little bit of an issue with my headset there. 1 second. All right, here we go. So today I'm going to be, sorry, little technical difficulties there. Well, still rusty because I don't do this a lot. I'm going to be covering a debate between Objective Ethics and Rebuke and Reprove, also known as Jill. They're talking about slavery in the Old Testament. I'm not going to give a lot of preamble on this. Most of my audience is very familiar with Jill, and I've covered a conversation between Objective Ethics, or a debate between Objective Ethics and Jill before, which they did get into slavery in that particular debate as well. This one specifically about slavery in the Bible or in the Old Testament. Now, the original prompt for, or the original premise for this was, was basically like Dr. Josh's title. Did the Old Testament, endorse slavery? But they changed it. They changed the prompt because I guess Jill wanted it changed. And I think I know why he wanted it changed. But we'll just keep going, or not just keep going. We'll just get started here and see where it goes. I've watched all of Objective Ethics opening statements, so I'm not going to labor on his opening statement too much. Most of it I didn't have a problem with, other than the fact that, not the fact, but my position on his opening statement is that he did a lot of work for no reason. But that's only because I'm very familiar with Jill, and that the way that Objective Ethics frames his opening statement means nothing to Jill in any way, shape, or form. And then we'll get into Jill's opening statement, which I have listened to a little bit of that, or a little bit of that one. It's the usual shit.
Yep, I'm ready when you are.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get all this figured out here. Where's my other picture?
Is it scrolling up and down right now? I don't have the window open because I have to have it split between my Word document and then my screen share. So I can't see the restream screen anymore. So you'll have to let me know if you can see my screen.
Oh, yeah. Another thing, I'll get through this pretty quickly. I do realize that I'm probably not going to have a lot of viewers right now. I know John Cohen is live right now. Missing Mod is live. Some of my audience goes over there as well. They hang out over at her channel now. I don't care how much viewership I get for this right now, because as long as I get it out there, I get it out there. So whenever anybody wants to actually watch it, they can, but it is what it is.
Am I scrolling it up and down right now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, perfect.
All right. And as soon as you give me a second, as soon as you start talking, then we'll start the timer and stuff.
Perfect.
I'm sure this is
all right, everybody. I appreciate everybody stopping by today. My name is Daniel Leroy. I go by Objective Ethics on YouTube. I probably know a lot of you in the chat. It's so great to have you come by and support Robin's channel. I appreciate Jill for showing up tonight and participating in the debate. I appreciate Robin for facilitating this and for hosting it, and for Hizzle for moderating the debate tonight. So my opening is going to be a little bit longer than I thought, because I just got informed here last minute that we're changing the prompt. I'm going to go ahead and work with the new prompt.
Yeah, no. So yeah, this is an interesting thing right here. It's the change in the prompt that I was listening to this. Okay. All right, cool. That's doing everything that I wanted to do. All right, cool. Sorry, little last minute quick. I went to my channel real quick to see how the audio was coming through, and I should have done that before. But so what Objective Ethics is talking about is he's talking about a change in the prompt or a change in the premise. And that piqued my interest a little bit. The fact that they changed it to, does the Bible prescribe chattel slavery? I thought that was pretty interesting, because if he's for it and if Jill's against it, we'll see where the debate goes. But I think I know how it can be used from Jill. Jill is a slippery fucker when it comes to doing these debates. And so he'll try to narrow the scope now to something like chattel slavery, right? And even he won't even know how to actually do it very well, or how to actually stay within that strict premise of, does the Bible endorse chattel slavery? But in my opinion, it would have been better to, if I was Objective Ethics and I was having this, I was like, no, because it's not just chattel slavery. We understand that there's more to slavery today than just chattel slavery. Right? You can go to the 1926 Slavery Convention, which Jill was the first person, or at least that I talked to. He was the one that threw that out. He was the one that tried to use that to kind of enforce his anti-slavery evangelicals, apologetic about how there's no, use that in defense of, well, of course, there's none of this slavery in the Bible, right? And he went to the Geneva Slavery Convention of 1926, and then there's the Supplementary Convention of 1956. That lists a bunch of shit that is considered slavery today. And a lot of the stuff that they're going to be going over that isn't necessarily chattel slavery is still slavery. So I thought that was interesting that he wanted the premise restricted to chattel slavery.
My understanding, it was going to be condoned slavery. Now we're switching it to prescribed slavery. So let's get into the
well, not prescribed slavery, prescribed chattel slavery. And that's the other thing, because I saw the prompt. Does the Bible prescribe chattel slavery, not just prescribe slavery? That's different, because chattel slavery there is a difference between chattel slavery and other forms of slavery, or things that we consider slavery, right? I'll get into it later. We'll just go.
Definitions of what a prescription is. A prescriptive approach focuses on how things ought to be, establishing norms, rules, or standards to guide behavior, language, or decision-making. Prescriptive methods often come from authority, tradition, or formal guidelines and imply.
Yeah, and there's no, and in my opinion, I would say there is no strict prescriptive for chattel slavery in the Bible. There's prescriptives that, because some people don't understand that. I kind of hold to this position, and I know a few other people that do, that there's prescriptives are normative, but not all. So all prescriptives are normative, not all normatives are prescriptive, right? So the normative of whether or not a person being able to have slaves or not have slaves, right? That could be a norm. That would be considered a normative. Once you get into what a person should do or ought to do, that's more of a prescriptive. Now, it's still normative, but prescriptives are a little bit more, they're a little bit more, or I would say more distinct. They're saying you ought to do X, not that you can do X, right? Or that you may do X. You should do X, or you ought to do X, or you ought not to do X. So there is a difference there.
By a judgment of right or wrong. Whereas descriptive approaches, in contrast, focuses on how things actually are, observing and documenting real-world usage or behavior without imposing rules or judgments. Let's see if I can just get to this here. Well, it doesn't really matter. So you guys get the idea, the difference here. I don't have to read.
And the other problem is changing the prompt, because they gave themselves time. He gives himself time to do what he needs to do to set up his opening statement and his possible rebuttals. Thinking about how Jill might respond. And he can come up with like an outline, like and then take notes, like if Jill responds this way, then I can possibly respond this way. And you can do that if you're familiar with formal debating. The problem with changing the prompt is that changes it's kind of like legalese language, right? You're changing, you're narrowing the debate to just, well, does it prescribe chattel slavery? Well, no, of course not. What about all that other slavery in there? But that's not what we're debating now, is it? We're not debating that indentured servitude. We're not debating that you can sell your daughter as a slave wife to some guy so that you can relieve yourself from debt. We're talking strictly about the prescription of chattel slavery. That I don't agree with. That's where I would have, if I was objective ethics, I'd be like, no, I don't think so, Jill. You can go fuck yourself.
Through all this for the sake of time, but prescription is what we're looking for here. So prescription is often coming from authority.
Not just prescription. You're looking more for normativity than prescriptive. And that's the other thing, is that normativity is a little bit less forceful than prescriptive.
Describing
but in the sense of like, if somebody starts talking about like normative legislation is kind of like the way our legalese, our legislation today is set up. It does get into prescriptive language, like if you do this, then it gets into casuistic kind of situations. If X occurs, then Y should take place, that kind of stuff. If this, then that.
Norms, rules, or standards to guide behavior. That is what we are focusing on tonight. The behavior that we are focusing on here is going to be found in Leviticus. We'll start there. So in Leviticus, the verse here we're talking about, and why did it do that? Oh no, that screws me up. Oh, this is going to be a hassle. Okay, so shit. I wish that wouldn't have happened. It may not let me fuck. Well, okay. So property. Okay, good. So property, this is the word right here. For the male and female slaves, them you may acquire because they are your property. In the past, my opponent has tried to infer that when it says property in the Bible regarding your male and female slaves,
he didn't infer it.
That this specifically is in verse.
He didn't infer it. He actually specifically states that their idea of property is not what we consider property today. He's done it with me. He's tried to argue it. It does not come out very well. It's not a good argument on Jill's part.
Verse 45 we're talking about, that they're referring to the foreigner, and that you may pass them off as an inheritance because they are your property. And he has said that property has held a different context than it does today. And that can be true in certain instances, but what we have to do is actually look at the usage and the context. So this specific use of property in the Hebrew There are 58. You'll see right here, 58 total references.
Yeah, the term is akuza. I'm jumping the gun here, but it's akuza, and it normally is a word that is used like for somebody who possesses like cattle or a belt or landed property or something like that. It's theirs, right? They paid money and they got something. What they got, they have ownership of that. They're now in possession of it because they gave money for it, traded, whatever, and that is akuza.
References throughout the Bible using the same exact Hebrew. The grammar is always as a possession of a material object. I researched all 58 usages. Possession.
It may not necessarily be a possession of a physical object. It could be used in possession, even in a kind of like an agreement, like in a contractual language. But either way, it's normally used like that. I purchased, this person purchased this particular belt. That belt was their that belt is their akuza, right? That kind of thing. Not to say that a slave or a chattel slave is necessarily given the same considerations as could be treated as like a belt, or would it be considered as the same thing as or as equivalent to a belt. It was more nuanced than that. It's the idea that the property rights, the possession aspect of the chattel slave is the same as something just like a belt that you own or piece of furniture or landed property or something like that. But the humanity wasn't necessarily removed from the slave. But the legal, the way that you would look at it in ways of restitution, that kind of ran along the same lines as landed as some kind of possession, right? You see this in Exodus 21 with the goring ox narrative, right? If the goring ox, if it gores a person's slave, then the owner of the goring ox has to reimburse the owner of the slave so much money for the loss of the slave. Right? It's not saying that, yeah, the slave wasn't a human being or is just a piece of meat, but unfortunately, given the status of the slave, once they die, it's not necessarily there's no lex talionis implied here. This person dies, now the master has to die, or because right. In that particular case, the ox was still supposed to be destroyed, but nothing happened to the master, and nothing happened to the master of the ox or the owner of the ox, because the owner of the ox, it's a loss of property, right? So there's no lex talionis. Even though the ox is destroyed, nothing happens to the owner of the ox.
Possession. This is talking about land, articles of clothing, silver.
Other than obviously the loss of the owner of the ox's property.
Livestock, cattle, again, mostly about land. So it is a material possession. It is
Yeah, I never would have agreed to argue this in any way like this with him, because I would have used the 1926 Slavery Convention, because Jill used it on me and he used it on other people. I would have specifically used the 1926 Slavery Convention and the 1956 Supplementary Convention to just look at it and go, look, we can look at this here in the 1926 and the 1956 supplement, and we can look right at these verses where it starts talking about these people being like this and these people being like that, and it seems to line right up with what these conventions are saying equates to slavery. So this whole prescribed chattel slavery thing, yeah, this is stupid. This is stupid on Jill's part, but it's short-sighted. I don't think it's necessarily stupid on Objective Ethics' part. I think he just kind of wanted to have the debate, so he kind of agreed. But I would have put my foot down, knowing, because of my longer history with Jill, I would have been like, no, you're not escaping out of it that way. You're not going to do. We are not doing that. If it's not about just slavery and all the ways that we can look at all these different examples of slavery today and then look at it and go, yeah, that's being utilized right here in these narratives, fuck you. Not doing it. If it's only about chattel slavery, like what's depicted in Leviticus. Now, don't get me wrong. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, obviously Objective Ethics is going that route. He's definitely correct. That is a prime example of chattel slavery. There's also the chattel slavery that is with the Amah in Exodus 21 where the father sells his daughter to a guy, to someone else to get out of debt. She does not get to go out on the 7th year like the males do. She has to stay. That's more indicative to chattel slavery. There's also the Hebrew who sells himself into slavery to a fellow Hebrew, right? And then he's given a wife. He doesn't come into slavery with wife and children or with a family. He goes in alone, but then he's given a wife, right? And then he has children with that wife. And then when he goes out on the 7th year, the wife and the children remain the masters. That's chattel slavery. The children, the product of the union between the Hebrew indentured servant in this particular case, not chattel, the children that he has with the slave wife that he was given by his master, the children are chattel. They are owned by the master. They do not go out free like he does.
Absolutely, by definition, dehumanizing to refer to a human being as a material possession.
No.
Okay, that is a fact.
You got to be careful with that language, because I don't think that in this particular case they looked at the idea of the person, not these people, as not being human. It's a class kind of thing, right? So yes, what does it mean as a human being in this lower class as a slave, and then monetarily for like legal, like for restitution purposes, for damages? Then how are they treated if one of these human beings that is of this class, right, being quote unquote owned by another person, there's some kind of restitution, right? Even in the case of like if a master destroys the tooth of one of his slaves or knocks out their eye, right? The slave goes free for nothing. There's no lex talionis there. It's not saying they're a piece of furniture. It's not saying, well, you broke it, but it's still your chair, so you have to either fix it or just deal with it. No, that slave gets to go out for free, for nothing. So there is some humanity there, but it's not the greatest of situations, but it's not necessarily the same as like a chair or a table or something like that. I don't think that these particular rules that we're looking at within the Bible necessarily diminish. We could say, well, yeah, they definitely diminish humanity by our standards today. I don't think that they did culturally or based on these writings for those people then. Yeah, that's a person, but they're of a lower class. They know what they're in, right? So if they die, well, I guess they should never have probably got to that point, right?
That is how we think of things ethically in today's world, which is why slavery has been abolished. People are not property. And it means the same thing today in this regard as it did back in the biblical slavery time. Okay, so let me.
I don't think he phrased that
out of
correctly.
that.
And again, I'm not going to dwell on his for too long. He does this trying to make his case for the prescriptive, because now the prompt has changed. He does get to a point to where he starts to like kind of quote a lot of sources, which I don't disagree with. It sounds like he's quoting directly from Dr. Josh's book, Did the Old Testament Endorse Slavery?, which is loaded with really good sources. He uses some of the definitions given by Milgram and Haas and stuff like that, and goes from there. Not a problem. However, wasted words on Jill. Jill just takes that as liberal scholarship. Those people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Fuck you. We're done.
We'll just leave that up there for your sake. I don't think you need to see all this. Okay. Is that showing? Well, whatever. So the manual on how to own slaves. This is the conclusion that you will reach after tonight's debate. Yes, we are talking about the Bible. The contents within include the guide on how to get away with beating the hell out of your slave, the groups of people that you can own as property and pass off as inheritance,
Yeah, I'd
how
be
to
careful of
procure
that
some
narrative.
concubines. Let's get into the data and find out if the Bible condones
the idea that you're getting away with. That's something that's been used by atheists before. The problem is that I don't like to use that particular argument. Like, well, no, look, the laws are this legislation is kind of being written so that a person can just willy-nilly beat their slaves. The scholarship consensus is that most slaves, as long as they weren't Hebrew slaves, could be beaten, right? Because they were in a status where they didn't want to be there. So sometimes some kind of corporal corporal means would need to be used in order to motivate them to get them to work because they're not being paid, right? So the idea that, yeah, what we do is we have these laws that are in place that allow a person to just beat the shit out of their slave, knowing that they could do it. And as long as they did it just enough, and as long as the slave could live a day or two, then the slave could die, and that they would basically get off scot-free, right? This is found in Exodus 21 as well, right? The master can beat a slave. If he beats the slave and the slave dies, right, then it says that the master is to be avenged or to be punished, right? But if the slave lingers a day or two and then dies, nothing happens to the master.
Slavery. Slavery. God tells you that you can own people as property for life and pass them off as an inheritance to your children because they are your property. Reference Leviticus 25, 40 through 44.
Well, specifically, yeah, in this particular case, it's an ethnic issue. It's not just any people. It's ethnically anyone who's not an Israelite. So there's an ethnic distinction being made within these verses, right? Israelites, you cannot rule over them harshly, right? If you have an Israelite who sells himself to a fellow Israelite because he's impoverished, you are to give him the considerations as a hired worker, not as an Eved. This is in Leviticus 25, 39 or 40, right? But, and it says later, you are not to treat them harshly, right? But not necessarily for a foreigner. So that's the ethnic distinction. It's not racial, it's ethnic.
46. I just gave you the definition of property as a material possession in the same sense that a piece of land or a piece of livestock or an article of clothing, silver, money, etc. Beating your slave to death. If you want to beat your slave to death, all you need to do is make sure that you don't knock out any of his teeth and that they don't die within the first 48 hours. Reference Exodus 21, 20 through 21. Slavery was never condemned, not in the Old Testament or the New Testament. The New Testament's most prolific writer, Paul tells slaves to obey their masters with a sincere heart, just as they would obey Christ. Ephesians 6:5.
And the problem with that language is that Jill will just say master just means boss. It just means employer. So everything that OE is doing there's nothing to hear that OE, anybody who is watching this from a layperson's, anybody like Dan McClellan or even Kip Davis or Dr. Josh, if they were watching and listening to what Objective Ethics is putting forward, they're like, yeah, this isn't a bad layman's understanding, right? At least that's coming from also me, who is also a layman when it comes to this shit. And they could go, yeah, you got that right. However, when it comes to he's not debating any rational person. He's debating Jill. Rebuke and reprove. Rebuke and reprove, when he hears master in the Bible, he thinks employer. Master doesn't mean owner. Master just means boss. Servant just means laborer, hired worker, employer, or employee. This has been Jill's problem from the very get-go. It's always been an employer-employee relationship. This idea that atheists or skeptics have this problem with slavery, they'll actually say that. It's the same as an employee-employer relationship. It's not property. It has nothing to do with property or the concept of property. That person wants a job. They get a job by this particular person. That particular person is their employer. They're the employee. What's the problem? Because they've been sold on some stupid evangelical apologetics to read it that way. That was the way to negotiate with the text so that it doesn't read as slavery. It reads as labor law or labor agreements.
He also tells slaves to obey their masters with fear and trembling. Colossians 3:22. We know that Jesus was a Jew who practiced and promoted the 613 Mosaic laws, which of course prescribe slavery. According to scholarship, we're going to cite Haas, 2003, page 778. Slavery is a condition acknowledged in the Pentateuch in which a person is deprived of freedom, at least for a period of time, by being in subjugation to a master in order that the master may benefit from the labor of the slave. Slavery may be involuntary.
I'm not a big fan of Haas's definition. Dr. Josh gives a definition. There's a couple. There's one from, I think, Wells or from Milgram that I actually like that's better than that. Dr. Josh gives his own as well. But in my opinion, the simplest definition for slavery is where the concept of property is applied to a human or to a person or persons. It's the easiest definition out there. Yes, exploited for their labor is one thing. Yep, that can be applied, but all of them normally include that there's some kind of concept of property, right? This person owns this person or persons as property, meaning they have some kind of like recognized ownership of them, right? Just like in Exodus 21 with the goring ox, right? I own this slave. My slave got killed by your ox. Give me money. I need to be paid damages. I have been damaged. I am at a loss because my slave was killed by your ox. The owner of the ox doesn't go to jail. I don't press charges. The only charges I get to do is now if he refused to pay, then I could possibly take him to the magistrates or to the heads of the city or whatever and say, yeah, his ox gored my slave and he's refusing to reimburse me for the cost of a slave. That was my property, and now that property has been destroyed by his ox. I want restitution. That's how property rights work. This is old school shit. This has been around for a long, long time. I have what's mine. We all try to look at living in a society, and we all recognize what is ours, right? And then if somebody takes what's ours, we have some way of working within a society to get restitution instead of necessarily a one-on-one conflict. We can go to the higher ups in our society and go, look, I have to make a case because my neighbor, his ox, killed my slave, and now he's refusing to pay me for the damages of that lost slave. Oh, okay. Is that what happened? And the guy goes, yeah, my ox gored a slave. Yeah, pay him. Pay him so he can get another slave to replace the loss of the slave that your ox killed. That's all it is. And that's not necessarily it. Now that does seem kind of dehumanized, right? But in their society, in a cultural sense, I don't think that this was necessarily them saying, well, that's not a human being, right? It's the fact that, yeah, it's a human being, but because of their status in society, once they've gotten to that status in society and unfortunately this event has occurred, them getting killed by an ox, yeah, unfortunately, that's all that happens. Can the family mourn? Sure, if they have family. But ultimately, when it comes to the master and the slave and the loss of that slave, he just gets paid money in order to make himself whole for the damages, the loss of it. So we have to be careful about whether or not we want to relegate, whether or not we just want to say, well, I'm going to just argue from a position that their laws in the Old Testament just rendered all human beings, especially when it came to chattel slaves, as like the same as like we would see today, like a couch or a chair or a table or a car or a bicycle or something like that. No, not necessarily. Right. And that's looking more at a cultural thing. Right. And that's something that you have to look at even within a literary perspective to the culture that's writing these particular narratives. What did they think of human beings? What was their consideration of human beings? Well, I can consider a human being in this sense when they're of this class, and then I can consider a human being of such and such in this class. And if such and such thing happens to a person of this lower class, well, dem's the ropes, right? That's just happens to be the case. They're not necessarily the same kind of things aren't going to apply to that person of a lower class as it did to this person of a higher class.
in which case the slave is generally considered the property of the owner and as such may be bought and sold. In Pentateuchal legislation, involuntary permanent slavery applies only to non-Israelites. Slavery may also be voluntary for Israelites, such as when they agree to work for a fellow Israelite for a limited period of time to pay off debts or to survive poverty or destitution. This voluntary slavery, we often think of it as indentured servitude, is often what Christians will almost always, when they get into the slavery debate, will obfuscate and say, no, there was no chattel slavery in the Bible. It was all indentured servitude and it was all contractual. That is a lie. The only indentured contractual servitude that we find in the Old Testament slavery laws, this Old Testament slavery prescriptions, are about foreigners. The foreigners does not apply to foreigners. Excuse me. It only applies to fellow Israelites, such as when they agree to work for fellow Israelites for a limited period of time to pay off debts or survive poverty or destitution. But because God brought the Israelites out of slavery in Egypt to serve him alone as master, they are forbidden to bring fellow Israelites into a condition of permanent slavery, as was the case in the rest of the ancient Near East. Permanent slavery is permitted only for a Gentile in subjugation to a Hebrew. The Israelites' identity as people redeemed from slavery has direct implications for the forms of slavery that existed in Israel and their treatment of their slaves, both Gentile chattel slaves and Hebrew bond servants.
All right, I'm going to pause there for just a minute. All right, so this is where I'm probably going to skip ahead a little bit, and keep that over there. Just stepping out for a little bit of I'm on vacation, so I'm actually taking some time to drink a little bit of brewskis, and I'm going to have a little bit of a coffin nail here. And so this is probably where I'm going to actually, where I'm just going to skip ahead. Use the word actually, using words that I don't even have to use. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit or speed this up. This is where objective ethics kind of goes into, I'm not going to say, it's not a gish gallop. It's pertinent to the debate, so it's not a gish gallop. But a lot of what it seems that he's citing is stuff from like Dr. Josh's works, from like, or at least from Did the Old Testament Endorse Slavery? Good book, by the way. And nothing that he's citing or quoting and citing is, do I disagree with? This is all stuff that Dr. Josh used in his book, which I know that Objective Ethics has read and used before. He actually appealed to it in one of his that other debate that he had with Jill. Jill just scoffed and went, I beat Dr. Josh in a debate. So that doesn't work for you. Sorry, it's a bad impersonation. I apologize. But I could I could skip through this without much of an issue, because that's really all he's doing. He's just kind of laying out the ground. He does pretty good. He's laying out the groundwork and everything. Now, I'm not that critical of debates, but would I say that this necessarily demonstrates that chattel slavery is prescribed? I would say no. And the way that I understand prescriptive and normative, is there a normative case for chattel slavery? Yes. Is it prescriptive? No. Once you have the slave, then yes, there are probably certain prescriptives that take. Then yes, one could argue that there are certain prescriptives that then take hold. But in acquiring the slave, there's nothing in the Bible that specifically states that you ought or that you should have a slave. That would be more of the prescriptive sense of having a slave. But yes, there is normativity there. It's allowed. Yeah, you can have a slave. And Jill, and what I'm looking at is that Jill can probably, what Jill can do is that Jill can turn around if he wants to, and I haven't seen him do this yet. He can say, well, of course chattel slavery was prescribed. But he won't say that chattel slave. He may not say that chattel slavery was necessarily prescribed, but he can say that there was other forms of slavery that were prescribed. Because Jill likes to argue that in the 13th Amendment, it allows for slavery to be used as a punishment for crimes. That's normative. That's normative legislation. So if a person commits a crime, you can use slavery as a form of punishment for someone having been found guilty of committing certain crimes. It's not that you ought to make them a slave. It is to me more normative than prescriptive. But that's just me being more pedantic. Either way, it's fine. I don't have to get into that necessarily. I can concede, I can give some kind of charity in there either way. But he can argue, yes, slavery is prescribed in certain cases for punishment. Not necessarily chattel slavery, though. A person doesn't become a property slave. They don't become slave as chattel. They become a slave as an indentured servant, as someone who's paying off a debt, or paying off a debt to society, or making restitution. Is that prescribed? Yes, it is. So does the Bible prescribe X, this kind of like indentured servitude for paying off something that they owe money on? Yes. The problem is if you use the 1926 Slavery Convention and the Supplementary Convention of 1956, everything that he argues for is considered slavery according to those conventions. Jill also uses some loose language that you'll hear in a little bit. That's problematic. But here's my thing, since I'm out here smoking a cigarette and drinking a little bit of beer. In my opinion, when you set up a conversation, when you set up a debate with Jill, you want to make the debate about slavery and all aspects of slavery, not just chattel slavery. You do not want to have a debate with Jill on his terms. You want to have a debate with Jill on your terms. If he refuses, then you can say you can call him a pussy. You can go buck, and do all that shit because he's done that to people in the past as well. He's deserving of it because he's pulled it on other people. If he's really that good at debating against the idea of slavery in the Bible, then it shouldn't be a problem for him to debate against all aspects of slavery as we understand it today, not just chattel slavery. The fact that he wanted to restrict it to the prescription of, well, and Objective Ethics said the prescription of slavery or the prescribing of slavery. The prompt says prescribing a chattel slavery, not just any slavery. And again, I can be charitable and say, are you saying this is a way of like saying that there's a normative that allows for it? And they go, yeah, yes, it definitely. And if you parse that, right, if you kind of be charitable about that and not be pedantic about it, then yes, what Objective Ethics is talking about right now, when he brings up Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, definitely is the normativity of, yes, you can have a person as property. That's chattel slavery. Chattel just means movable. It's basically movable property. And in that particular case, the human person, this human person is the movable property of someone else. It doesn't mean they have to actually be worked. That's another misconception. It doesn't mean they have to be worked against their will. They can stand there in a corner. They can stand there, look pretty. Doesn't matter. It's their property, meaning they have rights of ownership over them, of them as a person. Meaning if somebody comes and takes them from them, they can go, hey, I want that back, or I want restitution for what they took from me. Right? So let's say I own a woman as a slave, right? She's my sex slave, and she doesn't do anything for me. I never even had sex with her. I just have her because she looks good. And she just hangs around in my home and looks like, it's like decorations on a table. Yeah, she's sexy. She draws people in and people like looking at her and stuff like that. Right? And then somebody takes her. Yeah, I want it back or I want restitution. Well, did you ever force her to work? No. Fed her, gave her all the best stuff, made her look good, even had her all dolled up for my guests because she was an awesome little centerpiece. But the concept of property doesn't change. It's mine. If it's taken, I can get it back. I can make a case for getting it back. If it's destroyed, I can make a case for getting restitution. Slavery doesn't necessarily entail work. It's something I've had conversations with people before about having these conversations with like Praise I Am and Jill and other people. I'm like, yeah, be careful about getting sucked down certain avenues, because they'll be like, well, one of the things, well, what's wrong with being property? What do you mean you have a problem with being someone else's property? You think your dog is your property? Yeah, my dog is my property. I've had that used on myself. I'm like, yeah, my dog is my property. Well, oh, come on. You adopted your dog, right? I'm like, no. I'm like, yeah, I adopted it. According to the shelter, they say I adopted her. But under the laws here in California, that dog's my property.
Next, I just want to go over a couple of citations. So what we are doing here, and when we compare the ancient, many of us are more familiar with these law codes. They are certainly not the only and instructions to records. Compared to what we're comparing biblical slavery to. This is not comparing biblical slavery to the slavery in the antebellum South. So that is a non sequitur. Debt slaves were free. Here we'll cite Westbrook from 2003b, page.
Yes, and he's correct to bring that up. That's a good, yeah. You don't have to have antebellum slavery in order to have slavery. He's correct.
We see that foreigners from the surrounding,
or the conditions that surrounded antebellum slavery. So antebellum slavery was still the concept of owning people as property. It was the treatment and sometimes the racial, what we look at as like the racial implications of antebellum slavery, because it was predominantly, well, you had these particular people that were being bought and sold as slaves, and it wasn't an ethnic issue, it was a racial one. And then everything that surrounds that, it doesn't matter. That's one aspect of slavery, right? That's an aspect of slavery in and of itself and the conditions surrounding it. But ideally, the conditions of slavery is that they're owned. If they're owned, if somebody has legal possession of them in some kind of like, they can exercise rights of ownership over them as a person or over their labor, then yes, they are a slave. They don't even have to be abused. This is another issue. You don't even have to be abused, physically or mentally abused, to be a slave.
Nations, as well as those who are sojourners in the land of Israel, can be purchased as chattel slaves. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. This is Leviticus 25:44 through 46, New International Version.
Well, it doesn't, as chattel slaves. I wouldn't use the NIV.
Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you, and your male and female slaves are to come from the nations. Foreigners from
Go back.
Passage that I cited with the word property and cited its usage as a material possession, which stands in direct contrast to the laws concerning Hebrew debt slaves. We see that foreigners from the surrounding nations, as well as those who are sojourners in the land of Israel, can be purchased as chattel slaves.
Oh, yeah.
Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. This is Leviticus 25:44-46, New International Version. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life.
Now, if I was objective ethics, I would have remembered also to use the NLT. Club. Yeah, dude, it doesn't matter. I actually kind of do this as a it actually gives recognition to objective ethics and Robin more than it does to Jill. But anyway, one of the things that Jill did was he proposed to objective ethics in a conversation that they had, which was to read from a dynamic translation. And the dynamic translation that he gave was the New Living Translation, or the NLT. And when you read that, it does not help much. It says, however, you may purchase male and female slaves from among the nations around you. You may also purchase the children of temporary residents who live among you, including those who have been born in your land. You may treat them as your property, passing them on to your children as permanent inheritance. You may treat them as slaves, but you must never treat your fellow Israelites this way. That's the NLT. Because he actually did appeal to that, or Jill did. He told objective ethics, I believe, in their last debate, that he should look at the NLT, essentially saying, well, these are some of the better translations to look at for people who have a real problem reading the Bible for what it is.
Life.
But thanks for joining Cone Club Cult. Yeah, but no, this isn't really kind of a win for him, because again, I'm not reviewing his channel. I'm reviewing a debate that he had with objective ethics. So I'm giving more recognition to Robin Webster's channel and the debate that happened on her channel.
But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. So what we see there is we see the distinction. So context matters. How do we know these are chattel slaves, and how do we know there's a difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude? It tells us right there. You must not rule over your fellow Israelites, and it says, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Mm-hmm.
The assumption here is that the alien is a chattel slave, not a debt slave. This is confirmed by the verb quana, purchase. A non-Israelite chattel slave is defined as a mikna kesep, purchased. You see this all throughout the Bible. Genesis 17, 12-13, 23, 27, Exodus 12:44, or simply as kasapo, his property, Exodus 21:21, and again in the verse we cited there in Leviticus. Slaves could not only be purchased, but they could also be born into slavery, as we will see in a later chapter. Exodus 21:4 describes children born to a slave who remain the property of the master. Other passages speak of...
he didn't remain the property of the master. He could have remained... Well, there's a problem there, and I'm just being a little pedantic here. The guy, the Hebrew, sells himself to another Hebrew. He can be released on the 7th year, but he's given a wife and he has children. If he wants to remain with his wife and his children, then he has to basically become permanent slave to his master to stay with his wife and children. Because if he goes out on the 7th year, his wife and children, because his wife was given to him by his master, and the children, the product of that union, they stay.
Houseborn slaves as one born of the house, Yelid Bayat. In Leviticus 22, 10-11, we read, this is regarding a priest slave. So no one outside a priest family may eat the sacred offering, nor may the guest of a priest or his hired worker eat it. But if a priest buys a slave with money, or if slaves are born in his household, they may eat his food. This is not a gift to the slave, being able to eat the sacred offering. This is not a good thing. The slave has to eat something or the slave will perish from malnutrition. Of course, the master is going to feed.
Yeah, what he's citing here, I hadn't read that.
His slave. We see slaves born into servitude in Genesis 17:12, as Jeremiah 2:4. The author of Ecclesiastes himself boasts of his great wealth, which included slaves.
Yep.
I bought male and female slaves and had other slaves who were born in my house. I also own more herds.
And Jill would just argue bought means hired.
And flocks than anyone in Jerusalem before me. Ecclesiastes 2:7.
They always do this. Jill and Praise both do this. I bought someone, I hired them. You don't buy someone outright, you hire them.
Mendelssohn, 1978, page 58. The Old Testament terminology, Korah, and I will continue. We'll go here. Prop 2006, page 188. Genesis, offsprings of slaves still possess some of the. Okay, was slavery voluntary? And I'll just close it up here. Was slavery voluntary or involuntary? Strictly speaking, much of the slavery that we see in the Old Testament was voluntary. That is, one could sell himself or those under his control into slavery in order to stave off poverty or to make good on a debt.
Yes, the problem is the people under his control and whether or not that's voluntary. Because if they're under his control, those people being sold into slavery, that's not controlled. That's not voluntary.
However, two things need to be understood.
But he could voluntarily sell those people against their will to pay off his debts. So I could sell my kids to pay off debts.
First, involuntary slavery clearly existed in the Hebrew Bible. Second, although other types of slavery were technically legal voluntarily, passages like 2 Kings 4 and Jeremiah 34.
Yeah, to sum up, you don't need slavery. Slavery does not have to be involuntary to be slavery. That's the quickest way that you can actually sum it up. Slavery does not need to be involuntary. The conditions of kidnapping, forced labor, those kind of things do not need to take place in order for slavery to be a thing.
Tell us that one could be taken into slavery against their will in the moment, and that once enslaved, even as a debt slave, one was under the control of the master and could be kept against one's will. Thus, concerning the shared legal tradition of the Old Testament and the ancient Near East. Westbrook summarizes, although in practice, economic circumstances, and this is Westbrook 2009b, page 215, although in practice, economic circumstances would often force a person into slavery, the law, in law, his act was voluntary. In other words, we must be very careful when we seek to identify whether individuals entered into slavery of his own volition. There is often a distinction between practical volition and legal volition. And I won't get into it right now. Maybe we will later, but we see in the context of when a person is sold into slavery, it is not generally considered that it is not their decision, that the person that has authority over them, in particular, when a woman is sold into a concubinage, her father is the seller, the purchaser is the object, and the girl being sold is the subject. All right, I'll go ahead and close it out there so I don't go over my time. Thank you very much. We still there?
Yep, we still there.
Okay,
Thank you.
I couldn't see my screen, so I didn't know if I dropped you guys or what was going on. I was like, man, that was a lot of work. I hope I didn't just waste all that. Okay.
Nope, we heard all of that. Thank you very much.
And that's one of the things I have a problem with, is that people will put in, like, objective ethics, they'll put in a lot of work to do this kind of stuff. And when you're dealing with Jill, it's not worth the work. It's not that you can't beat him, it's not worth the work. The real trick to having a debate with Jill is just to sit there and ask him a bunch of questions. And then let him go on until a point to where he refutes himself. Because he will do that. Give him enough time, he refutes himself. He always does. If not immediately within the context of that conversation, eventually somewhere down the road, he'll have a conversation with someone else. And I will actually show it later when Jill's on. Then I should go back and try to find it, but I'm going to step away for just a minute, nature calls. And then Jill's going to be coming in and doing his opening statement. That one I'm going to speed up because Jill talks extremely slow. So I'm going to speed that up to 1 1/4 for the sake of everybody's sanity. All right, I'm back. And I'm back down to 0 viewers. So, Cone Club cult left.
For that intro. And now we have
Opening statement, not intro.
you up there.
Or opening argument.
And we have Jill. Let's bring Jill up. And hello, Jill. And you have your, as soon as you start talking, your 15 minutes will start.
Okay. All right. Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Give me a second here. I think I have to do it on my end, right? Well, thanks for having me, everyone. Robin, thanks for hosting, Hizzle, and for co-moderating, and OE. Thank you for accepting this debate challenge.
That's
let
better.
me just share my screen so I can get my slides up here. Okay, I should be ready now. This is Alec Moyer. Thank you for that opening, OE, and I really enjoyed the information you gave, the facts you gave, and especially that last quote by Westbrook. That sort of helped clear up a lot of the confusion when he makes that distinction between being forced to pay back a debt because you took out a loan from Citibank and you have to pay it back now.
Yeah, this is a weird position that he's taking because in an earlier video, Jill, I should find it later to see if I can show, that way I can actually show the contrast. I believe it was in the conversation, so you can go to Robin Webster's channel. I believe it was in the debate that Jill was having with Objective Ethics a couple months ago or a few months ago. And Jill brought up how he basically made this case that Objective, let me see if I can find it real quick. I want to see if I can find it because this might lay some groundwork here that might be very interesting. I should have looked it up earlier. Yeah, there it is. Okay, and I'm going to go to transcript. Let's go to currency. Let's see if I can find it or not. That might be too. Maybe it wasn't this debate. I gotta try to find. This might not have been the one. See if I can find it real quick. Shoot. I can't find it. I thought it was in this debate. Maybe it was somewhere. Maybe it was over on Hillary's emails. Because I can't find. Give me a minute. I thought it was in this conversation. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was somewhere else. And I was meaning to do a debate, or I wasn't gonna. I was gonna do commentary on it. It was in some other conversation that Jill had. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it. I'll bring it up because I know he talked about it, but it was very interesting because he talked about. He basically tried to make this case that that the currency of the time was to work. And so since the currency of the time was to work, you know what? It might be on his channel. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Bear with me. Sorry. Yeah, I can't find where he said it. I think it was over on Hillary's emails. If it's not in that debate, it's over on Hillary's emails because he was saying something like that the currency at the time was work.
Or you owe the IRS money, and there's a legal sort of forcing and
Because this is weird because he's talking about like IRS monies, Chase Manhattan, Chase cards or something like that. He's talking about like actually monetary debt. right? But in a conversation that he was having with someone, and I really wish I could find it. I just tried looking for it. I'm sorry if I couldn't find it. He was trying to make the case that the common currency for back then was to work, and that silver pieces, like actual money, was like reserved for the elite, right? And um, so this idea of people actually having some kind of monetary debt seemed kind of weird to me that he would even bring this up, because it's like, well, wait, if if people are just working for what they want and they're not actually getting any physical money, then the idea of having any kind of like real kind of credit card debt, which is basically a liquid debt, wouldn't really be the case. Where would this liquidity, where would this credit form of debt come, this credit form come from? Right? Would this also be necessarily be done by work, by more work? You could get more and more and more stuff, but you would have to do more and more and more work, or you could get money to pay off that credit card, that quote unquote credit card debt.
Paying back, and someone kidnapping you and whipping you and telling you you need to work against your will. So that was wonderful. I love that. Thank you for that. But this is J. Alec Moyer, and he says something along the same line.
That's Montier, not Moyer. Um, let's do a little, since Jill has brought it up before.
That basically, the first rule, the first law when dealing with an individual in the ancient Near East, when it comes to work, is does he want to be there? That's the first law. And he says this, he says, Hebrew has no vocabulary of slavery, only of servanthood. So there was a system of servanthood in which you would be, in many cases, forced to work against your will. If you committed a crime, for example, you could be made a slave.
That's not, no, that's
And
not.
we have the same type of system today. That's in Exodus
What?
22.
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're being forced to work against your will, so you could become made a slave. What does it mean for someone to be made a slave when it comes to them being forced to work against their will? Is it once they're being forced to work against their will, they are a slave? Because I know there are some cases that have been brought about based on that, but that's not normally how we understand what slavery is.
Verse 3. The idea is that you would have to be forced to pay restitution.
Okay. So being forced to pay restitution would make you a slave?
If you don't have anything, if you stole something.
Wait, let me go back.
That's in dealing with an individual in the ancient Near East. First rule, the first law.
Okay. Let me look this up real quick. Let's see what that goes. All right, let's continue.
when dealing with an individual in the ancient Near East, when it comes to work, is does he want to be there? That's the first law. And he says this. He says,
Where is the first law? Where is that law? So here's all right. Let me take this back a little bit.
bank, and you have to pay it back now, or you owe the IRS. And OE, thank you for accepting this debate challenge. And let me just share my screen so I can get my slides up here. Okay, I should be ready now. This is Alec Moyer. Thank you for that opening, OE, and I really enjoyed the information you gave, the facts you gave, and especially that last quote by
The facts that you gave. So he's saying that they're facts.
Westbrook. That sort of helped clear up a lot of the confusion when he makes that distinction between being forced to pay back a debt because you took out a loan from Citibank and you have to pay it back now, or you owe the IRS money, and there's a legal sort of forcing and paying back, and someone
I don't think he heard that from Westbrook properly.
kidnapping you and whipping you and telling you need
Nobody. Yeah, see, there he is.
to work against your will. So that,
Kidnapping you and whipping you. So instead of just coming out, what he's done is he's just implied, he's just smuggled in what he believes is necessary for a person to be an actual slave. Meaning you have to be kidnapped and then whipped and made to work.
that was wonderful. I love that. Thank you for that. But this is J. Alec Moyer, and he says something along the same lines.
I don't think that's not Moyer. That's Matier.
That basically the first rule, the first law when dealing with an individual in the ancient Near East, when it comes to work, is does he want to be there? That's
I don't know where this law is, and he's not showing it.
the first law. And he says this. He says Hebrew has no vocabulary of slavery, only of servanthood. So there was a system of service.
That could be problematic given the fact if Matier is yeah, something's going on with that. There we go. All right. So I asked, because Jill has actually told people to use ChatGPT to do homework for him, to do homework and find these things out. I asked ChatGPT about Matier and a quote from him about Hebrew having no vocabulary for slavery. This is being used by an evangelical, this is Jill, to argue against slavery being endorsed in the Old Testament. And it says, yes, the quotation appears to be from J. Alec Matier's commentary, The Message of Exodus, in his discussion of Exodus 21. Hebrew has no vocabulary of slavery, only of servanthood. It is commonly cited as page 239 of the 2005 edition as an argument that the Old Testament does not endorse slavery. However, it's extremely weak and potentially misleading. What Matier's statement can reasonably mean, the principal Hebrew meaning eved has a broad semantic range depending on the context and refer to an ordinary servant, a royal officer or subordinate, someone serving God, a dependent laborer, a debt servant, an enslaved person. So Hebrew does not always lexicalize the distinction that modern English makes between servant, employee, bondservant, and slave. That much is true. Scholars note that eved describes a broad spectrum of asymmetrical dependency rather than naming only one narrowly defined institution. But Matier's wording makes a questionable inference. Hebrew has one broad word covering servants and slaves. Therefore, Hebrew possesses only the concept of servanthood and not slavery. That does not follow. The language does not need a word corresponding exactly to modern English slave in order to describe people who are legally owned, purchased, inherited, compelled to work, and defined in an ordinary right of departure. The divisive issue is not the English label. The proper question is not, does Hebrew have a word whose semantic range perfectly matches the modern English word slave. It is, what legal powers did masters possess over the people called abadi? I don't know what that word is. And what rights did those people lack? Consider Leviticus 25:44 through 46. Foreign could be acquired from surrounding nations, treated as property, passed on as to the owner's children, held permanently. This is not merely employment or ordinary domestic service. Whatever label is selected, it describes an ownership relationship involving permanent hereditary control over another person. And it goes on. There's an equivocation and there's clean rebuttal. I can go into that a little bit more later. But yeah, so what Jill's trying to say is that, well, the Hebrew word doesn't specifically have, there's no Hebrew exact word for slave. So since there's no exact word for slave, slavery is that refutes it, right? So is there a way that I can tell a person that they're a slave without using the word slave? Yes, there is. I own that person over there as property. Slave. They are my property. I have legal rights of ownership over them, over their labor or over their person or both. They are my property. Meaning, if somebody takes them, if somebody destroys them, I get restitution. I get some kind of comeuppance. That's slavery. There's a legality to the slavery. The only way that, yeah, if you had that in place and I get nothing, then and the law goes, well, no, we don't recognize slavery as any kind of legal, even if it's not specifically outlawed. If there's no way to get restitution, then the law basically doesn't allow for restitution of human and other human individuals as being seen as property, as someone who owns them as property as getting restitution from them, right? That may not necessarily be the same thing as them not being allowed to have them as property. And Jill doesn't understand these distinctions. He never has, because, well, Jill's stupid, and he always has been.
Servanthood, in which you would be, in many cases, forced to work against your will. If you
Okay. I don't know when. So there's another issue here. When would Chase Bank, if I did pay my credit card debt to Chase, when would they force me to work against my will? But forget that. When would they own me? When would they be able to take me as a commodity and say, now I have you as a commodity in lieu of your monetary debt?
you committed a crime,
That's another problem that Jill also has a problem with, is the idea of human persons being actually looked at as commodities. And I don't think he understands that as well, right? Chattel means that there's a commodity aspect to a given item, right? Cattle as a commodity. Like to become yeah. So a lot of times, in order for a person, if they're in a lot of debt, in order to become liquid, what do they call it, liquid or solvent or whatever, they have to sell certain properties in order to get out of debt. So if they have certain physical items that they can sell off, they can what they call liquidate those. Yeah, that's it. They liquidate certain properties, certain things that they have, in order to basically restore themselves to some kind of financial stability. Kind of funny, huh? This is only going to get funnier, folks. But yeah, I really wish I could find that. I thought that was in that conversation. I'll have to go around and look. It might have been on Hillary's emails, because Jill was talking about that. He was talking about this weird, he was like, oh no, back then they didn't have money. Money was only for the elites or the select few. And the currency of the time was work. You just worked, right? If you wanted something, you worked for it. You didn't have money to exchange necessarily. It seemed like he was implying that you didn't have money to exchange for goods and services.
For example, you could be made a slave. And
Huh?
we have the same type of system today. That's in Exodus 22,
So,
verse 3. The idea is that you would have to be forced to pay restitution. If you don't have
nah,
anything,
being forced to pay restitution does not mean that you would be a slave. What Jill is essentially saying there, and I can easily say this, is that if we go to Exodus 21, and if the person, right, if there's a language issue here. In Exodus 21, you have the goring ox narrative, and an owner of the goring ox, he kills another guy's slave, right? Another person's slave. And then in order to get restitution, he's forced, the owner doesn't want to actually pay restitution to the owner of the slave because his ox it killed a slave. So he's forced to pay restitution, right, to that owner of that slave. He has the money, but he didn't want to pay, but now he's being forced to pay. So now he's being compelled by some higher ups to make that money, to pay that money, so to give this 30 shekels of silver to the owner of the slave in order so he can be made whole. Does that work? Is he a slave for being now forced? Because there's two different things. There's two problems here. Being compelled to pay is not the same thing as being compelled to work. If the damages are done, then I may think, well, I don't have to pay anything. Hold on a second. I don't know if I actually have to pay or not. And the other person says, oh, I think you have to pay, right? So then they go to the magistrates or they go to the higher ups. And then the person goes, you are now being compelled to pay this person for losses. Are they a slave? Are they working against their will? They're not doing any work. They're just being compelled to pay money. Some kind of financial equivalent to make that person whole for damages. This is the same thing as a lawsuit. So Jill's essentially trying to say, well, no, it's the same thing with like a lawsuit. You're being compelled to pay. You're not being compelled to work. You have assets. You don't think that you have to pay something, but you're being sued by this person saying that you do owe them money. And you go, all right, well, I'm going to fight you on that. And then they win in court and you go, fuck, now I got to pay that money because you didn't want to pay it. You could have had the money. That person could have the money all along. They just didn't think they needed to pay. They didn't think it was right for them to have to pay for those damages. Restitution isn't always in the form of work. It's also in the form of just payment. Here's 30 shekels of silver. Here's $5,000, whatever. If I'm being compelled, if I'm being forced to give money for damages as part of a court order or part of some kind of civil settlement, that's not me working against my will. That's just the court saying, no, you're going to pay that person for the loss of damages. It's been shown your ox killed their property. You owe them money for the loss of their property. Sometimes when I'm listening to Jill talk, I don't think he knows what it is to actually live in the real world. I don't know how he does this stuff. Because he said that he works actually in life insurance and stuff. He should know this. If I sue an insurance policy, if I think that there was an insurance claim that should have been paid out to me because I've been paying insurance into a life insurance policy, and then they don't give me the money, and then I sue that life insurance company and say they owe me money because I paid into this. Now they need to make me whole. Now they're being forced to pay those monies. Are they being forced to work against their will? No, they're being compelled to give me the money that I'm owed. It's not that they're being forced against their will to fucking, and they can actually find ways to appeal that. They actually, other places have actually done that where they go, no, we're still not going to pay it. And it doesn't matter what, they'll default on it. And other goofy shit that they do nowadays. Or today. There's been cases where companies have been sued for gross negligence and all sorts of damages to a bunch of people, like class action lawsuits, where they owed millions and millions and millions of dollars, and like, oh, we can't pay because it'll be bankrupt. And then the judgment is from the court. The judgment from a jury is that, yeah, you owe all these people this much in damages. You have to pay all these millions of dollars out. And you know what they do? They file for bankruptcy. Nobody gets shit. Or they stonewall them. They just fucking drag their feet. That's happened. They're not being forced to fucking work it off. They're not being told to work on these people's land, to paint their homes, do their dishes, take care of their kids, make their food, stand around, look pretty, be a fucking slave, be a sex slave. Oh, well, I know a way I can pay this off to them. Here's my butthole. Fuck me in the ass. You get 8 times, and then after 8 times, we consider ourselves fucking whole.
If you stole someone's cow or you injured someone's calf, you had to work. You will be sold for your theft.
No, not necessarily. You would, Jill, you already brought up money. You already brought up Chase. They could just be compelled to pay.
So yes, just like today in our society, we do have a system in which we force people to work to pay restitution. I don't want anyone to be confused when the Bible says that you're going to be forced to pay, that somehow is chattel slavery. If that were chattel slavery, then what we're doing today would also have to be considered chattel slavery. Some part of my biblical slavery challenge is to just demonstrate that there are legal obligations to be made in the ancient Near East as well as today. And we shouldn't look back at a culture and suggest because their system was surrounding labor, not money or.
See, there he goes. It's surrounding labor, not necessarily money. He's
crypto
doing it.
or any other sort of.
He's making the case right now.
System of payment, that was the way you paid back a debt if you owed it. That was expected of you to work to pay restitution. We call it community service today, but we don't call it chattel slavery. Okay, so it is disingenuous and dishonest.
No, because chattel slavery doesn't apply to that kind of thing. Chattel slavery doesn't, that kind of restitution for community service is repayment of like a debt. Oh my God, this is terrible.
Or dishonest to suggest that a culture is practicing chattel slavery because you see them forcing prisoners, rapists, murderers to pay restitution by working. I like that system, actually. I think that system should be implemented in our system somehow, some way. It used to be. We used to call them chain gangs. And we had no problem. And no one called it chattel slavery except for a bunch of blue-haired liberals. And so,
well, they didn't always call it chattel slavery. They called it slavery because you're being forced to work without pay. The problem also was in the level of punishment, Joe. I mean, if I say, okay, as part of your punishment for doing X crime, you are now going to be sequestered from society. You're going to be locked in an institution away from society. You are not going to be free to go about and do your own thing within the world. You're going to be in this institution. You're going to be locked in the cage at night. You're going to have limited movement. You're going to be fed, clothed, whatever, by this particular institution. Is that a punishment in and of itself? Let me give you another example. Let's say I spank my child. I hold to the idea of, just hypothetically, I hold to the idea, like if my child does something wrong, right? Disobeys me, does something that I find, I disapprove of something my child has done, and I spank them for it. And then After I've spanked them for whatever it is that I thought they did wrong, I then make them stand in a corner for 2 hours. Is that one punishment or two? Just asking if Jill's listening. Is that one punishment or two punishments? They did something wrong. I didn't approve of it. Now I deployed some kind of, or employed some kind of corporal punishment. I spanked them. Then I went, you know what? Now stand in the corner over there for 2 hours. Is that one punishment or two? That's two punishments. So if my punishment to people in society who've committed some crime is to sequester them from society, restrict their freedom by having them in confinement, and they go, well, now you have to work a chain gang. Now you're going to go out in harsh conditions, right? Tethered at the heel, at the ankle with chains to another person while you dig ditches on the side of a road or doing whatever. And you've got guys on horseback with shotguns and bullwhips. Is that another punishment or is that the same punishment? It's a problem our society has. It's a problem our society has had for a long time. It's actually looking at what constitutes as one singular punishment, what constitutes as two punishments, what constitutes as three punishments. Which one is the one punishment? I committed a crime. I go to jail. I am now confined. I am now staying in a jail. I am not free to move about society of my own volition. I am here. Oh, well, guess what? We're now going to have you go out here in the hot sun and chip rocks. Well, wait a minute. I'm already being punished. I'm confined. No. Well, guess what? We can have you chip rocks. That seems like two punishments, doesn't it?
Silicon Valley. They're the only ones that suggested this is, well, what really happened, what they're really saying is this reminds us of chattel slavery. So we need to get rid of it because it's taboo.
What reminds
It
us?
reminds us of what happened here, the horrors that happened in the antebellum South. So let's get rid of it. But chain gangs just is simply a way we implemented a system in which you force people to pay restitution for the damage they have done to society.
Not necessarily. The damage, the punishment, if I did X to society and now I'm being removed from society, that should be punishment enough. Restitution can come by in fines. There's restitution court that they have nowadays. Apparently Jill doesn't know anything about that. It comes by the way of fines.
Okay. Now, if you
chain gangs were challenged in courts lots and lots of times, and mainly because the people that were in those chain gangs, especially in the South, predominantly black. But because people do not normally, the idea of justice is very arbitrary sometimes, not arbitrary, but very nuanced sometimes when it comes to people. Like, oh, it's not enough to just sequester them away. Now we have to make them do things. Now we have to have them dig our ditches. Now we have to have them make our license plates. Now we have to make them do X, Y, and Z. If we don't make them do that, right? So that's one of the things about community service. Community service is in lieu of prison, normally done in lieu of imprisonment. They're not getting imprisoned. If they get imprisoned, they don't do community service. And Jill doesn't seem to understand that either. If I get community service, I don't normally get prison. I'm on probation. Now I'm on community service. So, right? I do my community service. I stay in good standing with my probation. I'm good to go. If I violate my community service, I violate terms of my probation, then guess what happens? I end up in confinement. He doesn't seem to understand that. Community service is normally given in lieu of incarceration. Incarceration is supposed to be a punishment in and of itself.
Were a citizen and you did not break any laws in Israel, then this would apply. What J. Alec Moyer says would apply to you. There's no vocabulary of slavery, only of servanthood. And it is to be noted that conditions were such that the first item of legislation catered for the person who loved his master and did not want his freedom, quote unquote.
Did not want his freedom. So what and in what aspect is he referring to? Is he referring to in Exodus 21 about the master that stays, the slave that had sold himself to the fellow Hebrew that sold himself to another Hebrew and then was given a slave or given a woman and then didn't want his freedom? Like the idea of freedom is really kind of at play here, because we're not talking about you know, right to work here, where they're just free to leave.
So in the ancient Near East, if you wanted to be hired by a landowner, a wealthy landowner,
This wasn't necessarily in the ancient Near East. The other laws, there are similarities with the ancient Israel, the laws in ancient in the stuff that we read in the Old Testament, to stuff like from the other, like the laws, the Code of Hammurabi, Ishtu, and all those other ones, or Namo and all those ones. But that's not saying that they're all 100% the same way.
you did not want your freedom. You wanted to be in that situation, in that household, because that's where your resources were, where your shelter was, your food, your clothing, and your provision. So you didn't want to be free in that case.
What? What are you talking about? Why wouldn't you be able to do that on your own?
Okay, so let's look at some scriptures, and then I'm going to try to answer some of the.
Oh, let me go back over this J. Alec Motier issue here. So Hebrew does not always lexicalize to the decisive issue is not the English label. The proper question is not, does Hebrew have a word whose semantic range perfectly matches the modern English word slave? It is, what legal powers did masters possess over the people called, I don't know what that word is that it's giving me, but I think it's supposed to be Eved. And what rights do those people lack? Consider Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. Foreign Eveds could be acquired from surrounding nations, treated as property, passed on to their owners' children, and held permanently. This is not merely employment or ordinary domestic service. Whether label is selected, it describes an ownership relationship involving permanent hereditary control over another person. Likewise, Exodus 21, 20 through 21 concerns a master striking his male and female Eved. And the enslaved person survives for a day or two, the master is not subject to the same consequences traditionally explained with the phrase, because the slave is his money/property. The relationship plainly involves more than an employee serving under contract. Modern academic treatments therefore discuss these texts straightforwardly as slavery. One Oxford study observes that the Hebrew Bible never prohibits slavery and contains texts that condone violence against slaves. A Cambridge treatment of biblical laws similarly speak of Hebrew male and female slaves serving 6 years before release. That's in Deuteronomy, by the way. The one there, the Cambridge treatment of biblical laws similarly speak to Hebrew male and female slaves serving 6 years before release. That doesn't happen in Exodus, because the males go out after 6 years. The females do not. An Amah does not. But in Deuteronomy, yes, both male and females in Deuteronomy go out on the 7th year. The equivocation in the evangelical argument. The apologist is probably moving between two meanings of servant. Broad lexical meaning, Eved can mean someone who serves another. Modern social implications, a servant is relatively free employee who may leave the job. That's got problems. The first is linguistically defensible, the second does not follow from it. A slave is, in one perfect ordinary sense, a type of servant, a person compelled to serve someone else. Calling that person a servant does not establish that the person was free. This is similar to saying the text calls him a worker, not a slave. But slaves work. The relevant distinction is not whether they perform service, is whether they were subject to ownership like powers and could be free, ownership like powers and could freely terminate their relationship. Exactly. Can they leave? Israelite and foreign slaves must also be distinguished. Another major problem is that the apologetic discussions frequently take the relatively projective laws governing Israelite debt servants and generalize them to everyone. Now, bear in mind, I'm giving you guys Chat GPT. And the reason I'm giving you Chat GPT is because that idiot, Jill, who I'm listening to right now on this channel, has appealed to Chat GPT. He has actually told people, go and do this stuff for homework on your on Chat GPT. When it came to and in this, it was like something to do with Donald Trump and the Epstein files, right? So he appeals to Chat GPT. So I'm using Chat GPT. I'm not saying Chat GPT is the end all be all. He opened it up a long time ago to this. Israelite debt servitude was ordinarily limited and included release provisions. Foreign slaves in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 could be permanently possessed and inherited. Academic discussions of Hebrew Bible law recognize different rules for different categories of enslaved people. Again, classes, category statuses. Therefore, even establishing that some aveds were debt servants could not show that all were. I need to know how that word Oh, it's Evid. Okay. It's given a word here that I hadn't seen before. It's Abadim. And I asked how it's supposed to be pronounced, and it's Avadim. The stressed on a syllable, but it is singular Evid. So it's the plural position of Evids. The term breath. Okay, the term's breath actually undermines the apologetic argument because Evid covers several conditions. Its precise meaning must establish from each passage's legal and social context. The apologist cannot simply translate every occurrence as servant and important modern assumptions in voluntary employment. Yep. And then there's a clean rebuttal, which I'm not going to get into right now. I might give it later. Benghazi. Oh yeah, remember California voted against forced labor in prisons. If they did, I don't remember when. But Benghazi says, "Hi everyone." Hey Benghazi, he says, "I've heard it's involuntary volunteering." And then he says, "I think listening to Jill is Jay's equivalent to cock and ball torture." Not quite. I mean, if I wanted that, I could just have my wife grab a pair of 4-inch stilettos or something. But no, again, this isn't about giving Jill attention. This is also giving recognition to, even though I don't have that big of a following either, but mostly giving kind of a shout out to Robin Webster's channel as well. And I do like to sometimes hear Jill get into these conversations because it allows me to kind of see how his conversations, his approaches on the biblical slavery debate has changed over the years, which he's already kind of done this. He already basically he threw it in there a little bit about being kidnapped and then forced to work at whip, right? Being whipped into forced labor. And then he's now gone into the idea of back then labor was the currency, not money necessarily, which is what I was trying to find from before in an earlier stream because I hadn't gotten this far, but he already opened the door to it. He has already said, oh yeah, it's labor that's the currency, not necessarily monies. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Anybody else in here? Yeah, I thank my audience for always busting my balls. They bust my balls more than anybody.
Concerns OE had in his opening with some of the laws that were catered again around servitude, not chattel slavery, but servitude. You owe somebody money, you work for them.
Not necessarily. I don't know where he's getting that from.
You owe the IRS, they don't garnish your wages in the ancient Near East. They don't push a button and then $300 are out of your paycheck. Now they'll pay back.
Well, you said money, yeah, because you're saying that money wasn't a thing for the commoners. It was, you seem to be implying that money was something that was only to select individuals. At least you had said that before in other conversations. So yeah, this is weird.
That Citibank debt. No, you went and you worked for Citibank.
Well, the only way you get Citibank debt is by using their monies to buy other things. You don't have enough money, so you use the credit that they give you, which is the equivalent of money that you don't have. That's a loan. It's a monetary loan. But you were trying to say earlier that there was no monetary, that there was some monetary aspects, but the predominant monetary exchange wasn't monetary, it was labor.
And you didn't get paid until the debt was paid in full.
Well, no, you were part of basically paying it off. What are you talking about? This is weird. Were you employed by that company and then built up a debt? What are you talking about? Like, let's say, like, what is Jill talking about here? Like, if I was like today, I work a 40-hour, I work a 40-hour a week job, and then I have a Chase card, right? And I build up too much debt on my Chase card, but I work for another company. So based on what he's saying is, I would work for Chase for a certain amount of time before I got paid by Chase, even though I work for someone else. What is he talking about? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
It's just that simple. Here are
Well, it's not the stupidest thing I've ever heard, especially not from Jill, but it's one of the dumbest.
some laws in the ancient Near East, what the God of Israel actually says about slavery.
Well, yeah, he says it's fine. Oop, what happened there? Sorry, folks. No, that's not what I want. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, it is. Yeah, something must have happened when I was using that. 1 second. There it is.
Children of Israel, before we start looking at some of these passages, remember the children of Israel in the story of Exodus. They were hired workers. They were skilled craftsmen, building
This is an
pyramids and
interesting.
helping to
This is an interesting claim.
set up the structures that we still see today, the amazing structures. They were working for Egypt as a vassal country, meaning their country had been swallowed up by Egypt, a great power,
Mm.
a colonizer, we would say today, or liberal might say today. And they were a vassal state. So they were subject to Egypt. Egypt was their Washington, D.C. And they were working, and God had no problem. The Pharaoh was a good guy. He was friends with Joseph. But then
This
that
is
Pharaoh
weird.
dies, and a new Pharaoh comes who did not know
This is
Joseph.
weird to me.
And he began to oppress, and he began to force them to work without pay. Then God says,
See, he just
let
said it.
my people go. He didn't say that before. So the Bible does make a distinction between chattel slavery and people who are being hired to work voluntarily and are being
What do you
treated
say?
with dignity and respect. And he says no to one and yes to
So
one
wait,
and no
not
to the
be
other. We can see that in the story of Exodus. Amos chapter 2 says, this is what the Lord says. We don't care what OE says. The people of Israel have sinned again and
hold on.
again, and I will not let them go unpunished. They
Hold on.
sell honorable people
I
for
got
silver and poor people
I gotta
for a
address
pair
this
of
real quick.
sandals.
There's a
So
problem here.
Amos is a prophet of God, and he's not happy. God is not happy with this behavior.
Okay. I gotta
Deuteronomy 24, 14 through 15.
I
Do not
gotta stop
oppress a
this
hired hand who is
I gotta stop this for a second. So apparently Jill doesn't realize that vassalage. So what he's trying to do, this is exactly why I think he wanted to restrict the conversation to prescribed chattel slavery, was because under the slavery convention, vassalage is considered slavery. Serfdoms, vassal states like lords and serfs, that's vassalage. That's slavery. Vassalage is considered a type of slavery, right? Now, I don't remember Egypt being a conquering, like a colonizer for the Israelite people as they were becoming the Israelite people. They didn't have an actual nation yet, right? So I don't know what he means by the Egypt as a colonizer. Like they came in, like Israel actually had a place, like an actual established country or nation state, and Egypt came in and colonized them. I don't remember this in any way, shape, or form. However, the language that he's using here is very interesting because he was saying he just got done saying that they were being paid under the new Pharaoh, right? So before, when Joseph was friends with the previous Pharaoh, they were skilled tradesmen. They were getting paid. Then he turned around and said, well, then they're not under this new Pharaoh. After that one went away, after that one died, they weren't getting paid for anything. Well, getting paid for what? Were they still getting protection? Were they still getting clothing? Were they still getting food? Were they still getting housing? Because according to you, that's all it takes for currency is to work. And as long as you're getting something in trade, something in return, such as your protection, your housing, your clothing, and your food, then what money do you need? Because you just said earlier that the currency was about work, not about money. Not entirely about money. You could have some of it was in play, but not entirely. But you said that was the case under the old Pharaoh that was friends with Joseph. Everybody was getting paid money for their work as skilled trades. But you don't. So it was bad. Wait, it was bad for people to work for the Pharaoh, the new Pharaoh, when all they were getting was protection, food, clothing, and housing, and not getting actually paid monies for their work. But that's all the Israelites knew in their economy. What are you talking about now? This will be interesting to see how this conversation goes between the two of them later on.
poor and needy, whether he is a brother, whether he is an Israelite, or
Well,
a
who's
foreigner
needy?
residing in one of your towns. Not in
The only person that could be needy is a person who's not working for anything. Anybody who needs something, according to Jill, is just somebody who's willing to work for something. If they want something, then they work for it. So who's needy? Are you saying there wasn't enough work to go around that somebody would be needy of something? Because why? This is weird. This is very weird to me. Oh, let me drop that.
An Israelite. You are to pay his wages, whether he is a brother, OE, or a foreigner. You are to pay his wages. Chattel slavery? Show me a chattel slave who got paid wages.
Well, you didn't say that you didn't say that a person had to ever actually get paid wages, Jill. You made the argument that anybody who you implied it earlier in your opening here, and you talked about it in another video where nobody had to get paid wages. Money wasn't the overall currency. It was work. You did work for something. You didn't get wages. Or are you saying that the wages the wages were the thing that the person was? I don't understand what you're talking about here. So this is one of those kind of like obfuscations, those kind of weird little areas that you get into sometimes with Jill, where he plays this game with people sometimes, and it's not a good one. It's not that he's being intelligent. It's just stupidity. And he doesn't even really know what he's talking about. Which one is it? Do all hired workers get paid money? Yes or no? So you have to ask him that. Do all hired workers get paid money? Yes or no? In your position, when it comes to the Israelite society, according to these things that you read in the Bible, do all hired workers get paid money? And if he goes, yes. Okay. But you said before, you said in another video that the common currency was work, that money was limited, currency was limited to the very elite. So which one is it? And is a hired worker ever considered a slave or an eved? And he goes, well, no. Well, yeah, no, they're not. Because again, Leviticus 25:35, he's going to get to that one here real quick. And I'll show you how he misrepresents that bullshit real quick.
And I'll show you someone that's not a chattel slave. You are to pay his wages each day before sunset. The sun couldn't even come up before he had to be paid, according to Israel, the God of Israel, because he is poor and depends on them. Otherwise, he may cry out to the Lord against you, and you will be guilty of sin. Doesn't get any clearer.
We're going to, no.
Than Deuteronomy 24.
Well,
Leviticus 25.
With you, it's clear as mud.
Now, if you're countrymen, now this is speaking about Israelites as well. So we have both. In America, we have laws that speak to us as citizens, and we have advantages as citizens, and then we have laws for the foreigners.
Mm-hmm. No. There's certain things, yes, but everybody's still covered for the most part, under the same rights.
The ones who are over here working on a visa, they don't have this access to the same privileges we do.
Yes, they do.
But they're not oppressed. They're not treated like...
No, they're not oppressed. But you could oppress a slave. As long as that slave wasn't an Israelite, yes, you could oppress them. Because the shit that you're bringing up is a hired hand. Deuteronomy 24:14, do not oppress a hired hand. That's a sachir. Thing that you just got done reading. Do not oppress a hired hand who is poor and needy, whether he is a brother or a foreigner residing on one of your towns. You are to pay his wages each day before sunset. That's a sachir. That is not an eved. That's a sachir.
Animals. So, of course, there are different laws. You had to be a citizen of Israel. Whether you were a foreigner or not, or born in Israel or not, you had to become a citizen of...
Neat. Then you're willing to actually concede that yes, for a foreigner, they could actually be subjugated to a certain classification of slavery that an Israelite would not be subjugated to. Awesome, Joe. You just made his case for him. An Israelite would not be subjugated to the same conditions as an eved they would be given considerations as a hired worker. This is Leviticus 25. And the foreigner would not be given the same considerations.
of Israel to
And you'll see that here in a minute when he gets to Leviticus 25:35.
inherit all of the privileges, meaning you didn't have to do the harsh labor. But no one is being forced into chattel slavery, OE.
Chattel slavery doesn't have to be forced.
No one. Now, if your countryman becomes destitute and cannot support himself among you, then you are to help him as you would a foreigner. As you would a foreigner. Wait a minute. I thought those foreigners were supposed to be the
Not if the foreigner is reduced to a slave status. No.
chattel slaves. You were to help them as you would a foreigner or a stranger. You are to help both. You are to help
To an extent, but once the foreigner was in a position of slavery, the foreigner's position in classified as a slavery is not the same thing as an Israelite being classified as a slave or as an Eved. The Eved classification has different conditions for Israelites as it would for foreigners, and that's clearly laid out in Leviticus 25.
the countrymen just as you would help the foreigner or the stranger.
Yes. Just because they can doesn't mean that once the classification of Eved comes into play, that the same considerations necessarily apply.
So that he can continue to live among you. How much time do I have left? Moderator. Can you hear me?
I can't. Sorry about that. Locked up. You are at 4 minutes.
All right, 4 minutes. All right. I'm almost finished. Leviticus 19, thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide.
Okay. So Leviticus 25:35, which he just got over, this is interesting because he covered 35. If one of your fellow Israelites falls into poverty and cannot support himself, support him as you would a foreigner or a temporary resident and allow him to live with you. That's the verse that he used. Right? So he's basically trying to equivocate. It's the same strokes for everybody. However, do not charge interest or make profit at his expense. Instead, show your fear of God or letting him live with you as a relative. Remember, do not charge interest or money or lend him to make profit on food that you sell him. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt and led you out of the land of Canaan and to be your God. Then we go to 39. If one of your fellow Israelites falls into poverty and is forced to sell himself to you, do not treat him as a slave. And I'm reading from Jill's NLT. I'm reading from the NLT, not the NRSVU, the New Living Translation. Do not treat him as a slave. Treat him instead as a hired worker. Now, this doesn't mean that he's going to be paid as a hired worker. Treat him as a hired worker or as a temporary resident who lives with you, and he will serve you only until the year of Jubilee, which is the 50th year. At that time, he and his children will no longer be obligated to you, and they will return to their clans and go back to the land originally allotted to their ancestors. The people of Israel are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt, so they must never be sold as slaves. Show your fear to God by not treating them harshly. Right? 44. However, you may purchase male and female slaves from the nations around you. You may also purchase the children of temporary residents who live among you, including those who have been born in your land. You may treat them as property. Passing them on to your children as permanent inheritance, you may treat them as slaves. You must never treat your fellow Israelites this way. This is the very translation that Jill told Objective Ethics to read in their last debate. What does it say? You may treat them as slaves, but you must never treat your fellow Israelites this way. This is not equal treatment.
with thee all night until the morning. You need to pay them before the sun rises. This is Leviticus 19. And then we also have other passages in
Mm-hmm.
the scriptures in Jeremiah. We're going to see that as well, where he says, woe to you if you're not paying your workers. How dare you? You shall not treat the stranger who
All right.
sojourns with you as the native among you, or you shall treat the stranger. Excuse me. You shall treat the stranger. Oh, he wants you to think you shall not.
No, that's not what he said. That's completely wrong. You treat the sojourner, but the classifications change once the person becomes a slave. Jill always doesn't understand this. He thinks that it's a universal, that it would apply in all cases, every time, in every place. It's not an absolute. Yes, the sojourner who resides amongst you is to be treated as one of you, but not if they're a slave. If they become subjected to slavery, that's not the same thing. It's the same thing as if an Israelite becomes subjected to it, becomes so impoverished that they get to that point.
You shall treat the stranger who sojourns with you as the native among you. Treat them just like you treat your fellow Israelites. And you shall love him as yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. For you were once strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So God is clearly telling the Israelites, hey, don't treat them like you wanted to be treated.
Yeah, up until the point to where, yeah, but even an Israelite could be treated in a particular way if they were impoverished. They just had to be considered as a hired worker. They could not be treated harshly. But a sojourner who was sold as a slave, that particular status, once they entered that status of slavery, did not necessarily get that same treatment. So this is an overall treatment for everybody in an equal free status, right? We're Israelites. These are sojourners. They're coming in. Everything's good to go. But once the classification of slavery, this is the problem that Jill has. This is like the idea that like Jill thinks that a soldier gets treated the same as an everyday citizen. Not necessarily. If you join the military voluntarily, you don't get to go and leave the military just because you don't like it anymore. Right? Certain status symbols, certain statuses within society change the way that you're looked at within that society.
When you were in the land of Egypt, and you were oppressed in the land of Egypt. And of course they became strangers in the land of Egypt.
Yes, but you could oppress a slave. A slave is automatically a condition of oppression for the sojourner who is sold into that status. But no, on a blanket scale, no. Remember, the person has to get into that status. Most people aren't in that status automatically, Jill. You're implying that sojourners are not automatically of the position of the condition of the status of being slaves. You can agree. Not all Israelites are in the condition of being indentured servants to other Israelites. Not all sojourners who are living amongst the Israelites are of the position of being slaves. All things being equal, these people are, Israel is giving certain considerations to sojourners, not necessarily 100% is what they give themselves, but to some extent, yes. That doesn't mean that once they enter the conditions of slavery, they can't be oppressed. That's a different condition, Joe. You're not looking at this. You're trying to look at an absolute universal condition and saying everybody's treated absolutely like equal rights under the law. This is what you're trying to pull. This is the wool that you're trying to pull over the eyes of the audience. That it's like America, equal rights to everyone. But you even said that there's not necessarily the same equal rights to foreigners living here in the United States. Correct. But we don't oppress them, and they can leave whenever they want. In fact, a lot of times some people prefer that they do leave and not stay. So what's your problem? But in this particular case, if the sojourner sells himself or his family members or something like that to you, you buy them, or you buy from the nations around you who are not the sojourners living amongst you, right? The sojourners living amongst you aren't the fucking people outside of you. They're the nations around you, and you're buying them as slaves. Those aren't sojourners, Joe. Remember what it says in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. As for your male and female slaves, who you may have, you may purchase them from the nations around you. You may also purchase from the sojourners and their clans, right? That's the also part. So you're escaping, you are stepping away from the idea that they could buy from the non-sojourners. You're going to these verses that say, well, look, it says here, the Israelites had to treat their sojourners equally. And so you can't have this slavery. Well, but Jill, Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 doesn't say that that was the only place they could get their slaves. They could buy their slaves from the nations around them. Those aren't sojourners. Those aren't resident aliens, Jill. So how do you square that fucking circle? You stupid fuck.
When that new Pharaoh arrived, right? Exodus 12, there shall be one law for the native and for the stranger who sojourns among you.
For the stranger who sojourns among you. Again, Leviticus 25. You may buy from the nations around you.
Exodus 22:21, you shall not wrong a sojourner or oppress
Again, you can buy from the nations around you.
him. Oh, he's going to find passages in the Bible to suggest that they're being oppressed.
A sojourner is a resident alien. It says you may purchase from the aliens or from the nations around you and from the sojourners that live amongst you. So while you're trying to cut off the sojourner, you're missing the resident aliens out. You're missing not the resident aliens, the foreigners outside of Israel. Congratulations, Jill. You missed a whole fucking category of people that you failed to fucking defend. You idiot.
But he's not going to be able to
Be right back, folks. Dealing with some logistics here. All right, I'm back, folks.
Demonstrate that. For you were sojourners in the land of Egypt. You shall not oppress a sojourner. Exodus 23. It's just a constant thing. You know the heart of a sojourner. For you were sojourners in the land of Egypt. Deuteronomy 10. Oh, he's going to try to convince you that, hey, these slave laws only applied to sojourners, only applied to foreigners.
No, some did. The conditions by which they could be treated, yes. The conditions by which an Eved, an Israelite Eved, or an Eved Ivri is considered is not the same as a foreign Eved. Jill's always had a problem with this. Again, he's trying to blanket this as equal rights. This has been Jill's position all the time. He tries to Americanize ancient Israel and say, well, Israel had the same kind of idea. It's equal rights to everybody. No, that's not the thing.
Will you be taking this?
Yeah.
I'm going to put this in there because you'll need both my key fobs. And I don't want to forget the second one.
Okay. Oh, because they got to deprogram the old one?
And
Okay.
then they reprogram them together.
Okay.
So where do you want me to put it anywhere special?
Just put it in that middle pouch right there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the front pouch. But...
Yep.
It didn't apply to anyone. There's no chattel slave laws in the Bible.
Yes, there are.
What they called slave.
Yes. You could purchase slaves from the nations around you. You could also purchase sojourners. If they sold themselves, if they sold members of their groups to you, then chattel slavery applied. Only if they sold them to you, though. Jill, I don't understand how Jill doesn't understand this. If the sojourners sell themselves to you, or they sell members of their family, their group, to you, then the chattel slavery laws apply. That condition applies once they've been sold to you. The condition changes. It's not universal. The condition changes.
Slavery, we call work. He executes justice for the fatherless and the widow, and loves the sojourner, giving him food, clothing. In Israel, you were required to provide 10% of your crops to sojourners, foreigners, people who were passing by. You weren't even allowed to harvest 10% of the outer edges of your crops. Love the sojourner, therefore, for you were sojourners in the land of Egypt. Constant theme. Ezekiel 47.
Yeah, and again, he's still not getting the whole idea that, first of all, there's debt. This is why he wanted to stick to debt slave. This is why he wanted to stick to chattel slavery. But Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 is clearly chattel slavery, because even though the sojourner is to predominantly, it is overall supposed to be given this treatment, if the sojourner sells himself or sells members of his family to you as slaves, right, as slaves, then the conditions of chattel slavery apply. But only once they've been sold into that condition, then that condition applies. Jill's trying to argue that conditions apply in general all the time, but no. The sojourner is a sojourner. They are to be treated this way. But if the sojourner sells members of his family to you as slaves and you buy them, then the conditions of them being the way they are under Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 apply. You can keep them as property. You can and pass them on as inheritance. They do not go free. And again, Leviticus 25, 39, and this isn't an indentured servant, Leviticus 25 does not give in 39. If one of your fellow Israelites falls into poverty and is forced to sell himself, this does not say indentured or in so much debt. It's in so much poverty that he sells himself to you. Do not treat him as a slave. Treat him instead as a hired worker or as a temporary resident who lives with you, and he will serve you until the year of Jubilee, to the 50th year. He's indentured servant till 50th year. He doesn't get to leave on his own. He's sold himself to you.
You shall allot it as an inheritance for yourself and for the sojourners. So those sojourners who were wanted to join the camp of Israel, the tribe of Israel, were set up with an inheritance. Show me a chattel slave that is set up for an inheritance. And I'm going to show you a case study of that in the case of Eleazar and Abraham. Jeremiah 23 or 22. Thus saith the Lord, do justice and righteousness and deliver from the hand of the oppressor him who has been robbed. Do no wrong or violence to the resident.
He's arguing. So Jill is arguing for the idea of the Levitical, this kind of Exodus narrative, where the story of Exodus, where Israel was freed from slavery, even though they have no language for slavery, but they seem to understand slavery in the sense that they were slaves in Israel and needed to be, and were oppressed and had to be freed from it, and that was a good thing, is now being applied to the sojourners. So sojourners are being free or being given the same considerations, and there's this universal brigadoon kind of idea of like, oh, there's no slavery. This is just all labor. Keep this going.
An alien. Do no wrong or violence to the resident alien, the fatherless, the widow, nor shed innocent blood in its place. And then I want to end with Dr. J. Schuyler, excuse me.
Sklar.
He says this: in English, we regularly use commercial language. This is speaking to some of the language that's used in the Bible. Property purchase, all of these words don't mean what they mean to us today. So we have a bit of a presentism fallacy being committed when you suggest that, hey, property means this. No, property means whatever they said it meant in the ancient Near East.
No.
We use commercial language too, but Jay Schuyler is going to actually argue something very interesting.
Sklar.
We still use this language today, even though we don't mean
it's not
your
Schuyler
furniture. Terrell Owens. Michael Jordan, you're just a piece of furniture. No, no, no. We still, so there's still a remnant of this type of way of speaking about human beings, even still today. So why is it that when we go into the biblical text, we suggest chattel slavery when we see the word property, when we see the word owned? Listen to Dr. Schuyler. We regularly use commercial language to describe people within the context, and when the context is commercial. If you go to Leviticus 25, the context is commercial. For example, trading a player to another team as one might trade a stock, or transferring an employee to another location as one might transfer money. We don't use this language because we view the people involved as less than human. We use it, again,
Yep.
still today, to this day, as was then. We use it, even though more frequent, more
This
archaic,
is not what he meant.
more ancient, but that's okay. But we still use it today because it accurately describes.
I just want
as
to
it
point
did.
out to my audience that he calls him Schuyler, and he has it written up here as Dr. J. Schuyler. That if you look down at the 3 books, you can clearly see Leviticus J. Sklar, the exegetical commentary on the Old Testament J. Sklar, Leviticus Bible Study J. Sklar. It's Sklar, not Skylar. He still hasn't changed that, and he still calls him Schuyler. It's Sklar.
It then, their circumstances in a given commercial context. To say that servants are property, Leviticus 25:45, or inherited, verse 46, is not to put them on the level of furniture any more than to say a sports star is traded.
But it's still slavery, dude. It's not to be saying that they're necessarily purely reduced to furniture. The humanity is considered, but they're still property. Let me show you where he's getting this wrong. I did my homework through ChatGPT like Jill has asked people to do. So it says, I found the passage. It comes from J. Sklar's 2014 Tyndale Old Testament commentary on Leviticus, pages 308 through 309, and it's a discussion on Leviticus 25:44 through 46. The quotation you remember is, in English, we regularly use commercial language to describe people when the context is commercial. For examples, trading a player to another team or transferring an employee to another location. To say that the servants are property, 25 through 45, or inherited is not put them in the level of furniture any more than to say sports star is traded puts them on the same level as a stock. That appears to be the complete paragraph containing the commercial language argument, quote unquote, not merely a fragment cut off halfway through. It is cited specifically to Sklar, Leviticus in introduction and commentary, pages 308 and 309. The surrounding context. The immediately preceding discussion is important. Sklar reportedly argues that Leviticus distinguishes permanent foreign slaves from Israelite debt servants. Foreign servants, nevertheless, remained human beings and household servants. They were covered by at least some legal protections and could participate in Israelite religious observances. Therefore, calling them quote-unquote property should not be interpreted as meaning that Israelites considered them is literally equivalent to inanimate objects. The commercial language paragraph is intended to defend that narrow proposition. Legal or commercial terminology applied to a person does not necessarily mean that the person is regarded as non-human. Immediately afterward, however, the discussion acknowledges several facts that are frequently omitted when the quotation is used apologetically. Sklar's treatment identifies the people in verses 44 through 46 as foreign slaves, probably chattel slaves rather than Israelite debt servants. Only foreign slaves could be possessed perpetually. They were not automatically released at Jubilee. Sklar argues that permanent status did not necessarily mean every individual had to remain enslaved until death, because manumission and redemption could still occur. Yeah. Nevertheless, Leviticus 25 itself does not mandate their eventual release. So Sklar is not saying that the language is merely metaphorical or that no ownership relation existed. He accepts that this passage concerns foreign slaves who could be bought, inherited, and retained beyond Jubilee. His narrow contention is that being legally designated as property did not erase every recognition of their humanity. Where the quotation is often stretched beyond Sklar. A recent apologetic article quotes Sklar and then concludes that biblical slavery was voluntary, temporary, and limited to 6 years. But that conclusion in the article's author, not the conclusion established by Sklar's commentary commercial language approach. The same article itself introduces scholars specifically in response to the words property and possessions. That stronger claim is particularly difficult to reconcile with the actual distinction in Leviticus 25. Israelites not to be treated as ordinary slaves restored at Jubilee. Foreigners could be bought, inherited, and held, el olam, permanently or perpetually. That's what that means, an olam, or le'olam. The surrounding commentary explicitly describes the latter as probably chattel slavery and says foreign slaves were not required to be released at Jubilee. The weakness in the sport trade analogy. Sklar's analogy may establish commercial language does not by itself prove that someone is regarded as non-human, but it does not establish, therefore, that the foreign slaves were not generally property or generally enslaved. A professional athlete who is traded retains legal personhood, contractual protections, and the ability to leave the profession under applicable conditions. The team does not own the athlete as inheritable property, nor do the team owner's children inherit the athlete as a permanent possession. In Leviticus 25:44 through 46, the commercial language corresponds to legal powers that go far beyond the modern sports analogy: purchase, possession, inheritance, and potentially permanent labor. So the careful response would be, Sklar may be correct that calling slaves property did not mean Israelites thought that they were literally furniture or non-human, but that does not remove the property relation. Leviticus expresses allows foreign slaves to be purchased, inherited, and held permanently. The question is not whether they were considered human. Slave systems have been recognized that slaves are human while still treating them as legally transferable property. The commercial language quotation is therefore probably being used without the full argumentative context and is presented in proving that Leviticus described only voluntary employment, indentured service, or something comparable to modern professional sports. Yeah, Jill has a child's level reading comprehension and a childlike understanding of ancient Levant. And then objective ethics is here. Oh, I just got this on my feed. I will need to come back and watch from the beginning. Yeah, objective ethics. I was going over yours. I didn't go over your opening. I didn't have problems with yours. There's a couple little parts where it was a little rough, and I gave my criticisms, but they weren't harsh. Essentially, you probably so overall, if you're listening, you worked too hard for this. When it comes to Jill, almost anybody who's debating him is working too hard. It's useless. This is a useless endeavor. I mean, if you want to do it, go right ahead. I'm not saying don't do it, but it's more work than it's not rewarding. And I'm sure you probably know that by now. But if you want to do it, then yeah, go right ahead. But the aspect by which you were going about like I didn't like, especially the latter half of like your opening statement where you were going on and like citing and quoting all this stuff, that just flies. That's just throwing paper airplanes at Jill. He doesn't care, especially if you're quoting from Dr. Josh's book. If you're using sources from Dr. Josh's book, Jill just takes that as Dr. Josh. Just to let you know. So if you quote Milgram from Dr. Josh's book, that's just Dr. Josh. Jill does not understand the difference. He's an idiot. He just thinks that's Dr. Josh. In my opinion, he doesn't know the difference. He doesn't understand the distinction. Just like he doesn't understand the distinction in all the verses that he was just giving in his opening statement, where he's talking about sojourner, and then not understanding that there's a distinction between looking at everybody, okay, here's the Israelites, and then here's these sojourners, the resident aliens that are living amongst us, and then kind of giving this broad idea, like we get them all treated this way. And then whether or not once conditions apply where a person gets so indentured or whatever that they get to this position, that's a different position. That's different. That's a different condition. It's a different category, right? So yeah, all Israelites are going to get treated like this. All all the sojourners are going to be treated, right? And when I say sojourners, they're all going to be treated as relatively get treated the same as Israelites, right? At least according to these verses. Neat. Not a problem. But when it comes to the servanthood, when it comes to the slavery aspect, if an Israelite gets so impoverished, it gives that specificity in Leviticus 25. And when it comes to the foreigner, it gives that other problem as well. It gives that, wait a minute, the Israelites not to be treated with harshness. Why does it say that the Israelites not supposed to be treated with harshness? Why doesn't it say no slaves are to be treated with harshness? Or no Evids are to be treated with harshness? Right? That's a question that can be asked. But the other thing that's interesting is that in Jill's commentary so far, he kept bringing up sojourner, sojourner, sojourner. But there's an important thing there in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. It doesn't just say the sojourner. It says, as for your male and female slaves, who you may have, you may purchase them from the nations around you and from the sojourners who reside with you, the resident aliens who live amongst you. So it's not just referring to, so while he's trying to say, well, look, it says all this equal treatment for sojourners, but he doesn't address the outside factor.
It puts them on the level of a stock. Okay, that's Dr. J. Schuyler.
Yeah, and I've already done the commentary on this one. I did my Chat GPT homework on this because, again, I don't hold Chat GPT to be the end all be all on this shit, but he opened it up a long time ago, so I used it against him, and he can go fuck himself.
And
Okay, we're up to yeah. If you want to take up, if you want to finish up another 30 seconds.
Okay, all right. Just quickly on the word property was mentioned. Yes, the word does mean possession, holding, landing, property.
Too, even today, private property and personal property are not necessarily the same thing, Jill. So private property is my home. Personal property is normally the things that exist within my home. So that's sometimes distinguished under laws. So you need to be very careful about that. They still hold generally to the same kind of thing. Like these are possessions that are rightfully owned by me, but private property and personal property do have distinctions.
Is on, again, as you cited Westbrook, is on a legal holding or inheritance, not an intrinsic nature of what is possessed. Okay, that's important. And I'm glad, again.
Yeah, objective ethics. Yep, I get that. Just to let you know, when it comes to a conversation with Joe, he does not care. So while you may use that to appeal to the audience, the other thing is that the audience that you're going to get, if it's especially like people like Praise I Am, who was in that chat, he doesn't care because he's personally talked to Dr. Josh and completely found ways to take what Dr. Josh has told him and twist it. Most of these guys are just idiots. They're fucking morons. The best thing to do, like, I wish you and I could have had a conversation before you went into this debate, because I would have told you to make your debate your opening statement to be as short as possible, and then just go right to opening, like back and forth kind of thing, like an open discussion, and then you just do Socratic method on his ass. Because the main thing, because he already smuggled it in during his opening statement, he still holds that in order to be a slave, a person's got to be kidnapped and forced to work against their will. No one is ever going to get past a debate with Jill until they challenge that definition of slavery. You brought it up, and you actually cited Milgram's or Haas's. I think you did Haas's definition for slavery. You could have used Milgram's. You could have used multiple definitions for slavery from all sorts. There's multiple different ones that I think Dr. Josh uses in his book, and all of them I agree with for the most part. None of those Jill agrees with. He doesn't care. He's trying to equivocate on all sorts of things. And a lot of what's happening with Jill is Jill has Americanized. He has this kind of like Americanized view of ancient Israel. I've actually had this conversation just to kind of give you some, if you're listening, just kind of give you some background here. I had this conversation one time with Jill and Praise, and the way that they were talking, I asked them this very interesting question. I said, "Wait a minute, do you think that ancient Israel, based on what you're reading in the Old Testament, was like American forces going into Iraq and like Kuwait and fighting off terrorists?" And they said yes. So just when people get into conversations with someone like Jill and Praise, those are things that they have to keep in mind. They Americanize they Americanize this shit from the Bible. They think that this applies to today. And the way that they argue that is that America is an idealization or the continuing idealization of the Israelite culture from back then. This is a evangelical kind of thing. Not everybody does it, but they do. Especially Praise and Jill both do. America is supposed to be the idealization of the continuing society that was Israel, God's nation and chosen people.
OE, you provided that quote from Westbrook, because that basically sums up my entire argument when it comes to possession and words like property. Thank you, OE, and I'll yield there.
From
All right.
Milgram.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, so
that didn't refute anything. I don't know how that worked for him.
We'll move on into the rebuttals. OE, I'll give you.
Yeah, am I up here?
Yep, you're up here.
Okay, I don't need to share my screen for this. I'm just doing a rebuttal here, so I'm just reading off my own notes. Let me know when you want me to start.
All right, we are. Start as soon as you talk.
All right. Well, my opponent tonight, Jill, is the gift that keeps on giving. In his opening statement, we've only so far heard his opening statement, and we've already gotten a number of blunders. So one of them would be the straw man fallacy, and we see this happening a lot with Christians trying to use this terrible analogy of the sports contract that's being traded, and they try to relate this to slavery.
He didn't. Well, he didn't really try to do that, but he did insinuate it by using Sklar's language, which he calls Skylar. But Sklar wasn't actually using that sports analogy either. However, Jill was basically trying. Jill's position is essentially that everybody's hired. Whenever you're looking at anything in the Bible about quote unquote slaves and servants, everybody's hired. You don't even have to overcomplicate it. What the fuck is that? Sorry, my wife is watching something else. Boggles the mind. One second, folks. Be right back. But hey, Maya, nice to see you. All right, let's just sped up. Let me just speed this up to 1.5 and I'll get through it quick. I don't want to say I didn't give it any due diligence.
laws in the Old Testament. And this is a straw man. What a straw man is, for those of you who don't know, is an attempt to reframe an argument into a weaker position so that you can then defeat the argument. In regards to a sports trading contract, what that is a contract that's being traded, not an actual player per se. The player represents the value of the contract itself. The major difference here is that the player has the ability to opt out. They can just not play. They can not participate in that agreement.
Yeah,
the slave
Jill
does not
would say
have
that
right.
that's the same.
So this is a straw man because it's not related
Jill
to the
thinks that
argument
they all
whatsoever. I would
do.
almost say it's such a bad stretch that it's a red herring, but we can just go with straw man. Jill mentioned, this is another classic. I'm so glad that he said this. Show me, and this is a quote from Jill here. Show me a chattel slave who got paid wages. You can't do it. And he's exactly right. Chattel slaves don't get paid wages, which is why there's absolutely no mention of chattel slaves getting paid wages in the Bible. And yet we do have mentions of chattel slavery in the Bible, as I have cited the scholarship on.
Yeah, there's no
Mike,
data.
thank you very much.
He's right. There's no data that
Jill says, well, then he wasn't a chattel slave. That was hilarious. Thank you for just solidifying my argument for me, Jill. Jill says, treat your victim well, right? That was really interesting. We'll get into that maybe in the cross-examination. Chattel versus debt slave. We'll get into that. But one other interesting comment that Jill made to point out here is he tried to assert that sojourner is somehow synonymous with slave, and it's not. Sojourner by definition is a traveler, a guest, or a lodger, right? And oftentimes would be used as like a student lodging in the house or a school where he was taught. It's really nothing to do with slavery whatsoever. So the fact that you treat your sojourners well simply means you were traveling through somebody else's land, you were lodged in somebody else's house, or maybe it's their territory or something like that. Yep. Nothing to do with slavery whatsoever. Another
resident alien or it's a
so
resident.
The other thing I would like to point out really quick is that he said this is hilarious. He said that the Hebrews didn't become strangers in the land of Egypt until after the new Pharaoh took power and started mistreating them. That makes no sense. They were in the land of Egypt already, right? So their entrance into the land of Egypt would have initially made them strangers, right? Potentially even sojourners. So the fact that later on the new Pharaoh takes over does not then suddenly reduce them back to being a stranger when they wouldn't have been a stranger before. Like that made no sense whatsoever. They weren't strangers, and all of a sudden the new Pharaoh takes over and then they become strangers. How Jill came out with that, it's just mind-boggling. I don't know where, I don't know. Maybe he was up too late last night. But at any rate, so hold on a second. Sorry, my wife just walked the door. So yeah, I think I've pretty much blown up his entire opening in about 3 minutes, and I'll go ahead and concede the rest of my time.
Mm-hmm. All righty. Let's bring Jill up. Thank you.
I don't remember that last one.
Right.
That last point, Jill, I may have missed that too.
You have 5 minutes.
That might have been a really good point.
If you call that blowing up Jill's opening, then I don't know what blowing up means. We're going to have to define that term as well before this debate is over. That wasn't Jill or a Christian making some arbitrary comparison of chattel slavery and property. And that was an actual scholar. I don't know if you noticed. I cited an actual scholar, Odie. So I'm not sure why you were objecting there.
I already gave that rebuttal.
That's just something we made up. But that is what A&E scholars have concluded when it comes to the word property. So
no, they haven't.
I can cite Westbrook. I can cite Jay Schuyler. I can cite Meredith Klein. I can cite several scholars. To say that servants are property or inherited is not to put them on the level of furniture.
Yes,
you'll never find.
That doesn't mean that they don't have ownership rights.
Who's written anything on the Old Testament to suggest anything other than that? You might be able to find some internet atheists, perhaps, who would suggest Leviticus 25 is about anything other than that. But when it comes to you said that I cited passages that said to treat your victim well. Well, that seems emotive. Where were the victims? Where did you prove that anyone was a victim? You didn't. You didn't demonstrate anything. Maybe you'll do that. Maybe you'll be able to do that in your cross exam. So, and thirdly, what did I say reduced them to what we would consider a chattel slave? Was it the fact that they were in the land of Egypt and then in the land of Egypt? No, it was the fact that they were being paid as hired workers. They were a vassal state. A vassal state is a state like a colony.
No, you said they were reduced. They were reduced in some way because they were no longer being paid.
That's been conquered. Okay, that's just the reality of war.
No, you said they were reduced because they were not getting paid.
Okay, and God understands that.
You said under the other Pharaoh they were not getting paid, so then they became something lesser. So yes, you did say that you were implying that they were reduced to some other status because they were no longer giving consideration as trade workers and being paid for their work under the one Pharaoh, but then under the new Pharaoh, they stopped getting paid. So they were reduced.
So in Israel and in the ancient Near East, if you
just bumbled that one up.
Lost a battle, your people worked for the victory, the victors' people. That's just how it was.
No, not necessarily. The civilian population in a wartime situation is entirely different. But in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, we're not necessarily seeing a wartime issue. You didn't bring up the Midianites. The Midianites weren't even brought up. Neither was the Amalekite. Or the Midianite issue was never even brought up in this discussion.
in tribal warfare. So what reduced them to chattel slaves was simply the harsh labor without any payment.
No, nope. That's not what reduces a person to chattel slavery. That's not what reduces a person to chattel slavery, Joe. That's you have not defined that. Remember that again. That goes to that thing that needed to be, in my opinion. I wish I could have had this conversation with Objective Ethics before we went into this debate. Was to actually argue that, because Jill's position is that in order to be considered a slave, you have to be kidnapped and then forced to work against your will in order to be considered like a chattel slave. That is not what it means to be a chattel slave. Chattel just means movable property. In Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, that is a description of chattel slavery. They are considered as your acquisat, your possession. They are kept by you. You do not have to be released. You can pass them down as inheritable property. That's chattel. That's all that chattel means. That's chattel slavery. It's taking a person and applying that. Now, obviously, there's other positions that we take that are also considered slavery as well. But the other conditions of slavery are normally indentured servitude, vassalage, serfdom, that kind of shit. But that didn't seem to be the scope of this, because you wanted to change the scope of the debate last minute.
I clearly said that. So being in the land of Egypt and being a vassal state and being a colony doesn't necessarily make you a chattel slave. It's when the British speak.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily make you a chattel. It depends on when you're reduced to chattel slavery. That's exactly what he was saying. No sojourner is necessarily a chattel slave. But Jill, you have actually argued this along with praise, that because in Leviticus 25, and I'll say here, Leviticus 25:47, suppose a foreigner or a temporary resident becomes rich while among you, if any of your fellow Israelites fall into poverty, and then you go, are forced to sell themselves to such a foreigner or to the member, right? So wait, how can a sojourner become a temporary resident become rich while living among you, if all sojourner, implying that how can a sojourner ever become rich if all sojourners are necessarily slaves? There's nothing saying that sojourners are necessarily slaves. This goes exactly to what Objective Ethics was saying before. No sojourner is necessarily a slave. But can they be reduced to slavery? Yes, they can. And if they're reduced to slavery, different conditions apply to a sojourner being reduced to slavery than an Israelite. It's not the same thing. It's more indentured slavery. It's more indentured servitude, which is still slavery. But chattel slavery seems to be more of a thing when it comes to the sojourners that are reduced.
Again, with the harsh payments and the taxation without representation, that's when they said enough.
What are you
We
talking
want
about?
our independence. I don't understand why
are you
history
talking about?
does not ring a bell at all to you when you read.
Why are you using American history for ancient Near East taxation without representation? You're dealing with a theocracy. The Bible is the society that you're dealing with in the narratives of the Old Testament is a theocracy. It's not a democracy. It's not taxation it's not even a monarchy. It's a theocracy.
In ancient text, the same thing has been happening throughout human history, throughout civilizations since the dawn of man.
Okay, so you're going to argue because it's always been the case, therefore it's good? What are you trying to do here?
What reduced them to chattel slaves? Why God says no, needs to stop? When you start treating people not like humans who are there to work and with dignity and respect, but when you start treating them like animals.
No. There's nothing saying that you had to treat them as animals, Joe. There's no argument there. The argument isn't whether or not you had to treat them as animals. What are you doing? Now you're implying that not only does chattel slavery involve kidnapping, possibly kidnapping and being forced to work, but also being treated as animals. There's nothing to say that to be considered the property, the personal property or the physical property of someone else means that they have to be treated as an animal or like some other kind of animal. No, that wasn't even objective ethics position.
And you start treating them like they are not human beings. Like
Now,
they're
however, he could have implied that based on the fact that, objective ethics did use that at the beginning, which I was critical of because he said, well, it dehumanizes, in which I basically pushed back against that. And it's like, there's a problem there because they may not have seen that as dehumanization in a cultural sense. This idea that these people can be owned as the personal property of someone else doesn't necessarily dehumanize them. They are still being seen as human, but they're human in a different right. They're human in a different class status.
actually furniture. So that's the distinction that God clearly makes in the Bible, and I wish OE would start making that distinction.
Yeah, not being treated as furniture isn't really a good standard, Joe. If I buy a woman, if I buy someone's daughter, and all I ever do is she's a good-looking woman, and all I ever have her do is walk around my house butt-ass naked because she's extremely attractive. And that way, when I have my friends over, they can all awe at her beauty because she's butt-ass naked. I have her lay across my table or across my couch or whatever. And they go, well, you're not treating this as an animal. You're not making her work hard. You're not whipping her or anything. Is she still my property? Do I still have rights of ownership over her? Yes or no? If I clothe this woman now that I normally have naked in my house, and I tell her, here's some money, and you go down and you go into town and you buy some stuff for me, and she goes down and then she gets gored by an ox, like the narrative in Exodus 21. Do I get compensation for that slave? Yes. Did I ever force her to work? Did I ever actually make her do hard labor? Did I whip her? I could have a slave that I never treated harshly. I could treat them with the utmost respect, I could treat them any way that I wanted. They're my property. That's the whole fucking point. I know people who own cars treat their cars like shit. Do I treat my car like a piece of shit? No, I don't treat my car like a piece of shit. Now, I'm not saying that this isn't necessarily really good since we've gotten past that whole furniture thing, but I treat my car very well. I take care of it. I make sure the maintenance is done on it. I clean it. Right? Same with my wife's car. Does everybody have to do that with their car? No. Why? Because it's their personal property. However, people, it's different, but it's still property.
Reading this text a little bit more carefully, and I'll yield there.
All right. Thank you, Joe. All right. So let's bring both up. Now we're moving into cross-examination. OE start. You have 20 minutes.
I think we agreed to give Jill an extra 5 minutes. He wanted to do 25, if I remember right.
That's right. Yep. You've got 20. He's got 25. And start whenever you're ready.
Why would you guys? No, don't grant that fucker anymore.
Jill,
Right.
a couple questions here for you, brother. So you mentioned that these slaves were getting, all these slaves are getting paid, that there were no chattel slaves, but that goes against what scholarship says, as I cited it in my opening. So could you show me where in Leviticus 25, 44 to 46, that the slave being referred to as property is actually getting paid?
Well, there's a problem here. The other problem is that Jill had already said earlier, he already appealed to this idea that being paid wasn't the actual currency of that particular time, that people just worked, that the common currency was to work for whatever it is that you wanted. Currency, actual physical monetary wealth, like silver coins, whatever, that was restricted for certain elite individuals and stuff like that. Problem one.
I cited several passages.
None of those related to the actual verse, the passage that I cited.
And what I notice is that he's not going to that. So if he really wanted to defend himself against objective ethics, he could just say, well, no, because nobody would have to get paid. Nobody actually has to get paid any physical monies. They work for what it is that they want. So if Jill wanted to be consistent with what it is that he was stating before in another video, and what he insinuated and what he basically introduced to some extent in his opening statement, he could have done that. But now I see he's not doing it. All he has to say is objective ethics. I never said a person necessarily has to get paid wages. The currency of that time is for people to work.
So you're conflating
Right, so-
the debt slave with the chattel slave, and I know you're doing this intentionally. So let's
Easy.
get into the conflation.
There's no
and
chattel
just
slave. The
look
word chattel didn't exist. Okay. So what I would suggest, though,
No, the term chattel slave does not have to exist. Jill, don't do that. It's like saying, in order for slavery to exist, the term slavery has to exist. Fuck you, no. That's a horrible defense. If you don't have a word for it, then it doesn't exist. So if we always referred to, yeah, I own person A over there as my property, and we never had a word for that, then owning a person as property was never a thing. Then that's not slavery. And that, like, later on, then we said, oh yeah, when person A owned person B, we call it slavery. We call that person, the person being owned by the other person, a slave. Yeah, they didn't say that. They just said, yeah, that's my property. I own them. But there was no word for it. So it wasn't slavery. Neat trick on Jill's part, right?
is this. When you're reading the Bible, in every case, the Bible is not going to restate that these are people who are hired workers. In some instances, it just may say evet or slave. So you can't say, well, you need to find where this person is being paid in this particular section of the law or this particular section
Well, you didn't say that people had to be paid anyway, remember?
of the book, when that might not be the author's intention to communicate.
He's already arguing counter to his position from before. This is amazing.
That aspect of that transaction at that point. But if you want to look at Leviticus 25, I think there is an
you said that chattel's not specifically stated in the book. I agree with you there, but chattel is by definition an item of property. And so when I showed you the Hebrew lexicon,
yeah, it's movable property.
For Leviticus 25, 44 to 46, where it says that your foreign slaves are your property, which you may pass down as inheritance. And I showed you the index, where the glossary, where it actually shows the concordance, where it shows every single usage of that term, every single instance, every single one, it refers to a material possession.
There's a question.
Well, yeah, you're saying that it doesn't exist. I'm trying to figure out how you came to that conclusion, because I just showed you the evidence.
I answered that in my opening or rebuttal. The emphasis, and you look up the word ahuzah, I think that's how you pronounce it, in the lexicon, the Hebrew lexicon. It does mean possession. Okay, that's an irrelevant factor. It does mean holding. It does mean landed property, and it does mean hereditary possession. But the emphasis is on a legal holding. As you cited Westbrook, there's a distinction between a legal holding, being obligated to pay back someone because you owe them, like the IRS. You could wind up in jail. There's a difference between
No, Jill. That's not what that means.
Legal holding and someone who is a
legal holding, meaning that you have a legal holding to them. That's what it meant by Westbrook. Westbrook was an ancient Near Eastern. He's an ancient Near Eastern law. So when Westbrook says legal holding, he's talking about a legal holding, a legal obligation of holding. That's the same thing as saying I own it. The legal holding of my car, the legal holding of my house, the legal holding of my dog, the legal holding of my furniture. That's a legal holding. He's obfuscating.
Chattel slave.
Yes, I know, and I cited the distinction. I cited the distinction. I already pointed that out.
Right.
We know
so the emphasis is on a legal holding or inheritance, not the intrinsic nature of what is possessed. So it's not saying that you are property like a piece of furniture, as I cited.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to be the equivalent of a piece of furniture to be legally owned. He's obfuscating again. He's equivocating on the term. Oh, if I can't show the person is like that of a chair, right, where I can break its leg off and still say, well, I still own that chair. No, that's not what that means. They still understood the humanity, but yes, if that thing was destroyed, again, you got to go to Exodus 21 and the goring ox narrative. The other thing that you have to go to is because he insisted on the this is something that he didn't get into, and I'm surprised objective ethics didn't use it, and he should have. is 2 Kings 4. The children, right? Jill insists that, well, yeah, any debt that's paid, any debt that's owed by someone, obviously they're going to have to work to pay it back. That's just how it is today. Really. 2 Kings 4. The widow pleads with Elisha, they're going to take my kids as slaves. My husband died. He owed money. They're coming to take my kids as slaves. And she pleaded to help Elisha, to have Elisha help her get her kids out of this situation. And then she got physical monies by selling miracle oil in order to pay off the debt. And remember what he said? Well, no, money wasn't the thing that they used a lot of back then. What they did was they just worked for everything that they had. But Elisha tells her how to use this little jar of oil and borrow all these other jars of oil, and then she sells them, which is a weird fucking narrative, right? They go around and find all these empty jars, right? These empty jars are not her jars. They are the jars of her residents, right? They are jars that belong to other people. They bring those jars in, they fill them up with oil, and then they sell them. Wait, how did jars work back then? Did the residents that gave those jars, did the jars not belong to them as an actual holded property? Or what the hell? What's the hell's going on around here?
Dr. Schuyler on. It's saying you are property.
Dr. Sklar. Dr. Sklar is saying it's not reduced to that. The only thing that Dr. Sklar is saying, it's not to be considered based on what I just read from ChatGPT. He's saying it's not, the language isn't to reduce them to some kind of like, oh, they're only furniture. There's still a property aspect. It's just not in that sense.
Meaning,
again, nuance is lost on idiots like Jill.
You owe money. You owe someone money, but
No.
stay
How
with
do
that
you,
person.
No, Jill, you're
again,
just flat out wrong.
again, how do you owe money when you argued before that the ways of making that the common currency was just work? How do you ever come to owe money? He brought this up in a conversation before, and now he seems to be going back to this idea of monetary payment. What's up, hon?
Are you gonna want food or am I eating lunch on my own?
What do you want to make?
I don't know, we probably have to go get something.
Huh?
We would probably have to go get something, I'm not sure.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had anything but a chocolate bar. I don't know what you want to do.
What's today? Friday? Athenian's
Thursday.
open. Thursday. Athenian's open.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to get a salad from Athenian.
Did you want to get something else from Athenian?
Not really.
I don't know what you want to make.
I don't know, hon. Guess as good as mine. Sorry, folks.
Let's read 39 through 46 to get the context. This is Leviticus 25 here. Make sure we're talking about the same thing. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work.
Yeah, if I was objective ethics, I would have taken note of the fact that he read from Leviticus 25:35 and then didn't read further. He read from Leviticus 25:35 and then didn't read any further. He didn't get to 39 where it talks about when an impoverished Israelite. It does not say indentured. Uh-oh, my wife's coming with propositions. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Brownie pasta?
Mm-hmm. Good to go. Look at that. You did it. She's gonna kill me.
For you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clan.
Yeah, and there's that term released, right? There's this term released that's being used there in the narratives. Like they can be released in the year of Jubilee, right? And it's like, yeah, what does that mean, Jill? Like we don't seem to see it doesn't seem that we're reading from this narrative of a right to work state where somebody can just go, yeah, I don't like you as an employer, so, and then go find some work somewhere else. They get this release. They get this right. They get their release after so many years.
And to the property of their ancestors. Same use of property here as in land, as in a material place. Because the Israelites are my servants whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents.
Yep. And Objective Ethics probably should have taken note of the fact that when Jill was giving his rebuttals, when he gave all those verses, every single one of them was talking about sojourners, and none of them mentioned the ones that you could purchase from the nations around you. So Jill would have you believe that sojourner doesn't just mean resident aliens, but also all of their neighbors. When that's not what Leviticus 25:39 or 44 through 46 says. You may purchase from the nations around you and from the sojourners that are around you, that live amongst you, the resident aliens. That's the difference. It's two different that's two different kinds of people. The sojourners are the people that live, the foreigners that live amongst the Israelites, and then the people that live in the neighboring areas outside of Israel. And they could buy slaves from them. He never fucking solved that. Jill never solved that issue. He just wants you to believe that anybody who's not an Israelite is a sojourner. That's what he was trying to fucking convey to everybody during his opening. And Jill may actually believe that. He may just believe that sojourner just means foreigner. Sojourner is actually resident alien, not just a foreigner.
Living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. Same use, property. The distinction, it's telling you right there. There are hired workers, as hired workers or temporary residents, verse 40, verse 44. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born into your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and can make them slaves for life.
You can literally, like Objective Ethics, you could actually have this on repeat in a loudspeaker and have it projected right at Jill's ear, and he still would not understand it. He does not understand this language in any way, shape, or form. He has convinced himself that all that's talking about is you can have workers, and these workers can come from your natives, they can come from other places, and you can keep them for a while, but maybe not so long, and that's it. But as long as you pay him, you're good. He's a dumbass. Jill's a dumbass.
Life. But
the real trick in having a conversation with Jill, in this particular case, is having you read that particular verse, that particular section, and then asking him to tell you what he thinks it means. In its most simplistic, like he's explaining it to a 4-year-old. Tell it to me like we'd be explaining it to a 4-year-old. Have these been run?
No.
Oh, I thought those had been run. I was getting ready to empty those. Okay, never mind. What's that?
Where's your stuff?
Uh-oh. Wife's got to be on a tear. Oh, don't fucking walk the fuck away. This isn't a very big house. what? She's gonna curse. It's gonna be horrible. Oh my god! Call the cops. I think my life's in danger. They're coming for me. They're coming for me.
Stop smoking and I won't come for you.
You must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. We get the distinction, and this is what the scholarship pointed out, the scholarship that I read.
Yeah,
Rob,
don't
Ryoka,
do that.
Westbrook, etc.
Don't do
So
that.
how is it that you're saying that this doesn't exist when we clearly is laid
Is there a
out the
question at
distinction
the
between
end
the
of this,
debt slave? This is I'm asking the question. How is it you're saying this does not exist when you're continue to talk about debt slavery and ignore the context of what we just read, that there is a clear distinction, as the scholarship pointed out, between the debt slave and the chattel
Where's the
slave?
chattel slave? You
Wow.
haven't demonstrated the chattel slave. So just all you've
I
done.
just gave you the
Yep,
definition
he
of chattel.
just
What is
did
the, what is
Can
the
I answer
definition
your
of
question,
chattel?
please? All you've
what is
done.
the definition of
No,
chattel?
you're asking a second question. Can I answer the first question?
Yeah, we'll just focus on this one at a
Yeah,
time.
let's
What is
focus
your
on the first
definition of
question you
chattel?
asked, and then I'll answer
No,
the
no,
second one.
Jill, this is my cross.
Yeah, I
brother.
know, right.
What is the
So you
definition
don't want me to
of
answer the
chattel?
first question.
Let's just stick it. We're going to go one step at a time, brother.
We're
What
going
is the
right,
definition
this
of
will be the
chattel?
second step. So you don't want me to answer the first question you asked.
See,
What is
no,
the
he's-
definition? I'd like you to answer the question I'm asking you, please. What is the definition of chattel?
Chattel slavery. I would define chattel slavery.
No, I didn't say chattel slavery. I said, what is the definition of chattel? You say it's not there. What is the definition of chattel? The working definition. Look up
There
the
is no
dictionary, is
biblical
property.
definition of chattel.
I didn't say biblical
Well, we're
definition.
talking
You can't
about
give me
the
biblical
Bible, so
definition.
you can't take the present
Yeah, you
fallacy.
already
Are
agreed
you
that
gonna let me answer
the
your
word chattel is
question or
not in
not,
the
or is
Bible.
this going to be a repeat
Jill,
of the last
Jill,
debate?
we already agreed.
Okay, you're
No,
not going to let
we
me. You're
already
not going to allow
agreed.
me to answer your questions and during your cross
Jill, we
content.
already
All right,
agreed
so
that
we'll
the word
just listen
chattel
to
is
you
not in the
talk.
Bible.
We'll listen to
So
you talk,
what is
and I won't.
what does
And
the
I'm,
word
since I
chattel
won't be
mean?
allowed to answer your questions. Okay, go ahead.
I'm asking you the question. What does the word chattel mean? I didn't ask you if it's in the Bible. I said, what does the word mean? Well, since you don't want to answer, I'll answer it for you. It means property. What word do we find in the Bible?
That's why he wanted it changed.
Okay, I'll answer that for you as well. We find the word property in the Bible. How do we know the context of what they're talking about is a material possession in the same way that chattel is defined today when we use chattel? Because of the context, which is why we use the lexicon to search the context and find out in every single usage of the word property is applied to a material possession. So we do see chattel described in the Bible and applied to foreign people, foreign slaves specifically. Ergo, you have chattel slavery, which is what the scholarship is saying.
How can
So
we say
my question
chattel
to you is,
without
why are you
fucking saying
continuing
chattel?
to ignore what scholarship is saying, what's in the Bible, the exegesis itself of the context of property as it applies to the foreign slave, and you insist that these are hired workers? Why are you doing this?
Is that a question?
It is.
And what was the question? I didn't hear it in the 30-minute rant. What was the question?
30-minute rant.
Why are you continuing to ignore the chattel slavery that I've just laid out
You haven't
and
laid out
continue to
chattel
insist
slavery.
that they're hired
You haven't
workers?
laid out chattel.
You're insisting they're hired workers and
Yeah,
you're ignoring the
that's
chattel
right.
slavery. Why are you doing
There's no
that?
chattel slavery there. That's why you haven't demonstrated anything.
So you're just not seeing it? Is that what you're telling
It's
me?
not there. You haven't demonstrated it. So is that your
Fair enough.
question?
Okay.
That's chattel slavery.
So you made the claim that they were to treat these sojourners well, right? Do you remember
He's saying
that?
there's
Your
no
opening
chattel
statement?
slavery
Foreigners
there
and
because
sojourners.
there's no
Foreigners and
there's no
sojourners.
use
Okay.
for the word
Why do
chattel.
you think that means your slaves are chattel slaves are to be
There
treated?
are no chattel
You just
slaves
you
here.
guys
To be
So why do you
treated
think
any
that
way.
it means you
just
treat
saw
your
You're
their
not
slaves
allowed to
rebuttal.
have a
that are not
chattel slave
hired
in
workers?
Israel, according to Exodus 21.
Why do you think that the slaves that are not hired workers, that are clearly in the Bible, why do you think that they have to be
Well,
treated well?
your assertion was that
You just saw the refutation. You just saw it. You just saw why he wanted to have the prompt changed. There's no use of the word chattel. So because there's no use of the word chattel in the Bible, therefore, the Bible doesn't prescribe chattel slavery. You just saw it. Chattel slavery doesn't actually exist in there's no prescription for chattel slavery because chattel slavery, the term chattel is never used in the Bible. That's what he just insinuated. Remember what I said? I said this was a mistake. Changing the prompt was a mistake. If you'd kept the prompt to slavery as a thing, but when this started, OE said, "Does it prescribe slavery?" He kind of shortened it, but the prompt for the title of this video is for the debate is does the Bible prescribe chattel slavery? He just refuted it. He's basically Jill is insinuating that since the Bible doesn't use the word chattel, then it doesn't prescribe chattel slavery. Ta-da! Jill wins. This is why you don't acquiesce to his shit. You don't acquiesce to a change in this prompt. Ever. Because now he can win on that. Even if you can make the case that there's chattel, he'll just sit there and go, nah. Doubting Thomas and I used to do this all the time. We used to say that was like the best refutation for any argument argument in a debate was nuh-uh. And that's what Jill's doing. Is there any show me where there's chattel in the Bible? I'm going to say nuh-uh. So if there's no word chattel, nuh-uh. You ain't got chattel slavery if you don't got the word. And if you show me how you can say chattel slavery without chattel slavery, I'm still going to say you didn't show me chattel. So nuh-uh. He's a piece of shit. This is why you don't acquiesce to his bullshit. You don't change your prompts. You don't change your premise. You keep the premise. If he agreed on the original debate topic, does the Bible endorse slavery, or did the Old Testament endorse slavery? If that's the thing you want to argue, then that's what you argue. And then you can go in and you can say, let's look at what slavery means in your opening statement. And then you can go into that in your opening statement. And then you can see that there's all these other things that actually apply to slavery. But if you restrict it to chattel slavery, and then eventually when it comes up in cross like this, and Jill goes, I'm not seeing chattel slavery. Is the word chattel being used? Bingo. I win. That's Jill's bullshit.
I think the point to just have a little. Probably gonna have to take that out.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. So anyway, in this conversation, we have what we're seeing Jill's ability to basically change the prompt. At least this is where I'm looking at, where I'm seeing it, is that he had them change the prompt to something like, "Oh, does the Bible actually prescribe chattel slavery?" And then go, "Well," and then when it gets into cross examination, and he goes, "Well, does it say chattel?" No. See, I win. And I'm going to lose my mic here in just a minute, and then I'll be right back. But all right, I'm back. So anyway, let's continue on with this. Sorry, I'm helping my wife out with some things around the house here.
But they're not hired workers. So you have to demonstrate, not just assert. You haven't demonstrated that they are chattel slaves. You just demonstrated that they're working.
Okay.
They're
Fair enough.
workers.
So are you familiar with something? So do you think that the slaves wanted to be there?
Do I think that they wanted to be there? Many of them were
Yeah.
there because
He
they
didn't-
were
he
forced by
didn't-
economic circumstances. So yeah, they did want to be there.
You just demonstrated that they're workers.
They were forced, but they wanted to be. So
Through
they
their
wanted to be forced.
economic
That sounds like a
circumstances, yes.
All
They had to
right.
take out a loan, an easy pay loan.
He
And, although you shouldn't be taking
What?
out any loans if you're a Christian.
What?
But in
So why do we get a
desperation, yes,
distinction
some of them
between-
were forced.
Why do we get a
Huh?
distinction
What is he
between
talking
hired
about?
workers and slaves?
Hired workers
the
and
verse I just
What did
read
you
slaves.
you.
say? Let me take
Yeah,
that
we get a
back.
clear
Hired
distinction
work-
in the verse that I just read you.
A slave could be someone, as I already admitted to,
Hold
who
on.
is a
I gotta
convicted
pause that
thief
for
who
a
is
moment.
forced to work. That's according to Exodus
Convicted
22,
thief.
I believe.
Hold
So a
on.
convicted
Well, I'm
thief.
talking about Leviticus. I'm
Hold
talking about
on. I gotta take that back a minute. That's some goofy ass shit. He pulled something there that's just completely wrong. One second, folks. That didn't make any sense what he just said. Let's see here.
Demonstrated that they're working.
Okay. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
So are you familiar with something? So do you think that the slaves wanted to treat these sojourners well? Right? Do you remember saying that in your opening?
Foreigners
that they were,
and
they were to be
right,
treated
foreigners
well?
and sojourners.
Foreigners and
Non-Israelites,
sojourners. Okay.
right.
Why do you think that means your chattel slaves are to be
There are
treated
no
well?
chattel slaves here. To be
So why do you
treated
think
anyway.
that it means you need to treat your
You were not
foreign
allowed
slaves well
to have a
that are not
chattel
hired
slave in
workers?
Israel, according to Exodus 21.
Why do you think that the slaves that are not hired workers, that are clearly in the Bible, why do you think that they have to be treated well?
Your assertion was that they're not hired workers. So
There's a
you
claim.
have to demonstrate, not just assert.
Now, he just gave something, and that objective ethics could have pushed back. Where is it in Exodus 21? So he could have, since it's his time to question, he just said, you're not allowed to have chattel slaves according to Exodus 21. Where is that in Exodus 21? He's going to go to Exodus 21, I think 17. The slaves or the kidnapped people.
You haven't demonstrated that they are chattel slaves. You just demonstrated that they're working.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. So you got to be careful when you're talking with Jill. I'm pretty sure he's referring to. No, it's not 17. 16. I'm sorry. 16, not 17. Whoever kidnaps a person, whether that person has been sold or is still held in possession, shall be put to death.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
So are you familiar with something? So do you think that the slaves wanted to be there?
Do I think that they wanted to be there? Many of them were
Yeah.
there because they were forced by demonstrate,
Yeah.
not just
Oh, well,
to have a
that are not
chattel
hired
slave in
workers.
Israel, according to Exodus 21.
Why do you think that the slaves that are not hired workers, that are clearly in the Bible, why do you think
Okay. That's where objective ethics should have challenged him. He missed that opportunity right there. Let's slow this back down.
that they have to be
Well,
treated well?
your assertion was that they're not
Or to be
right,
treated
foreigners
well?
and sojourners.
Foreigners and
non-Israelites,
sojourners. Okay.
right.
Why do you think why do you think hired
You haven't
workers
laid out chat.
why are you doing this?
Is that a question?
It is.
And what was the question? I didn't hear it in the 30-minute rant. What was the question?
No problem. Why
Where was the 30-minute rant?
Why are you continuing to ignore the chattel slavery that I have just laid out
You haven't
and
laid out
continue
chattel
to
slavery.
insist that they're hired
You haven't
workers?
laid out chattel.
You're insisting they're hired workers, and
Yeah,
you're
that's
ignoring
what,
the chattel
right,
slavery.
but
Why are you
there's
doing
no
that?
chattel slavery there. That's why you haven't demonstrated anything.
So you're just not seeing it? Is that what you're telling
It's
me?
not there. You haven't demonstrated it. So is that your
Fair enough.
question?
Okay. So so you made the claim that they were to treat these sojourners well, right? Do you remember saying that in your opening, that they were to be treated
foreigners
well?
and sojourners,
Foreigners and sojourners.
non-Israelites,
Okay.
right?
Why do you think that means your chattel slaves are to be
There are
treated
no
well?
chattel slaves here to be
Why do
treated
you think that it
anyway.
means you need to treat your
You were
foreign
not
slaves
allowed to
well
have a
that are not
chattel
hired
slave in
workers?
Israel, according to Exodus 21.
Why do
See?
you think the
See? You're not allowed to have a chattel slave according to Exodus 21. Remember, I was talking to my brother about this before, and it was not on a live stream, but I talked to him about this, and this was going to be a very important and I mentioned that Objective Ethics was going to be having a debate with Jill on the topic of slavery. And I told it, and I just told my brother, I said, I think the biggest thing that you can have when it comes to the conversation of slavery in the Bible is the fact that you can't have chattel slavery, right? He understands slavery as, now here's the interesting thing. But there's a problem here. There is a problem here. He's saying there's no chattel slavery here. And he says that chattel slavery is not allowed under Exodus 21. So I'm assuming that what he's insinuating is he's appealing to Exodus 21:16. Whoever kidnaps a person, whether that person has been sold or is still held in possession, shall be put to death. So the only way you can have a chattel slave is if they're kidnapped. Right? Now, he used to say that in order for a person to be a slave, they had to be kidnapped and forced to work against their will. But Exodus 21:16 only says that a person is kidnapped. Doesn't say anything about them being forced to work against their will. So this has some problems as well. And again, this goes to the debate at hand. The debate at hand is whether or not the Bible prescribes chattel slavery, right? So Jill wants to ignore all the other things. He knows that. I think he knows this. You can go down a whole bunch of avenues with the 1926 Slavery Convention and the 1956 Supplementary Convention, but all the other things that are slavery, right? But chattel slavery, to him, but here's the thing. He didn't used to say that there were different forms of slavery or other different things that are considered slavery. He used to stick to this position. The only way you can have slavery is you have a person who's been kidnapped and forced to work against their will. Now, here's the problem. Does Exodus 21:16 say anything about a person being forced to work against their will? Exodus 21:16 does not say anything about someone being forced to work against their will. It just says a person who's kidnapped. Whoever kidnaps a person, whether that person has been sold or is still held in possession, shall be put to death. And that is from the NRSVUE. Now, the interesting thing is that there is scholarship out there that holds that this particular kind of narrative about who's being kidnapped is a native-born Israelite being kidnapped, a native male. So, problem. But that's what Jill's trying to do, right? So, Objective Ethics needs to slow down, but I don't think he does. He should have stopped him. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, according to Exodus 21, there's no chattel slavery is not allowed? What do you mean? I don't remember reading anything in Exodus 21 that says chattel slavery is not allowed. Oh, yeah, Exodus 21:16. Oh, what one's that? The kidnapping one. Oh, so to be chattel slavery, you have to be kidnapped. That's the debate. Jill's been holding that the entire time. That's his ace up his sleeve.
slaves that are not hired workers? Why do you that are clearly in the Bible? Why do you think that they have to be
Well,
treated well?
well, your assertion was that they're not hired workers. So you have to demonstrate, not just assert. You haven't demonstrated that they are chattel slaves. You just demonstrated that they're working.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
fair enough.
Fair enough.
So, are you familiar with something? So, do you think that
And now it comes a question: what in your mind constitutes a chattel slave? Because he just said Exodus 21 outlaws chattel slavery. Objective ethics missed this, and I knew this was going to be the thing. This is why I wish I would have had this conversation with him before he got into this debate, because I would have told him straight up, your biggest trick, the biggest thing to get through, to punch through with Joe, is the kidnapping aspect. He thinks that the only way, he used to actually say, not just with chattel slavery, with any slavery, that the only way you can have slavery if a person's kidnapped and forced to work against their will. Those two conditions necessitate a slave. Kidnapping and being forced to work against being forced to work against their will. Neat. And then you can have questions about that, and then you can attack that. Because the problem with that is that, okay, so if I kidnap someone, does that necessarily mean that I have to force them to work? No. Okay. So are they a slave? No. Okay. If I kidnap them and I sell them to someone else, and they don't force them to work, are they still a slave? Remember the condition that just happened. I kidnapped them. That's the first condition. I did not force them to work. Then I sold them. So they're in the condition of being sold. And another person bought them as a commodity. But they don't force them to work. Are they a slave? But Jill's trying to say anyone kidnapped is a chattel slave. He used to say anyone who's kidnapped and forced to work. Exodus 21 doesn't say anything about being forced to work. It just says anyone who's kidnapped. And objective ethics missed it. And this is a position that I wish I would have talked to him about before he got into this debate, because that is at least an hour to 2 hour long conversation with Jill. Is just to talk about that. It's just to talk about, do you think that kidnapping means slavery? Yep. So if I kidnap someone's daughter, I just made them my slave? Right? Those kind of questions start to come up.
slaves wanted to be there?
Do I think that they wanted to?
At this point in time, he's just running up the wrong hill. And Jill doesn't even know how to keep it within. And the best thing is that Jill isn't even consistent either. All Jill has to say is, again, there's no slavery here. He can just refute it and just say, no slavery, no chattel slavery, no chattel slavery, no chattel slavery. But instead, he's answering the questions as though he needs to answer the questions as the way they're put, when the questions are to be pertained in relation to chattel slavery, because that's the debate. And Jill, all he needs to do is go, there's no chattel slavery, because he just said it's not allowed. But he doesn't do that. He argues this way.
To be there. Many of them were
Yeah.
there because they were forced by economic circumstances. So yeah, they did want to be there.
They were forced, but they wanted to be. So
Through
they
their
wanted to be forced.
economic
That seems like a
circumstances, yes. They had to take out a loan, an easy pay loan.
Yeah,
And,
I'm not.
although you
okay,
shouldn't be
hold on.
taking out any loan.
Hold on. Hey, objective ethics, if you want to come in, That'd be cool. He said, just turning back in. I actually did say at some point that kidnapping isn't part of the definition of chattel, nor was it in the verse I said in Leviticus. Yeah, I agree. But he thinks that. He thinks that. So, yeah, I get it. If you said it, and I don't know when you said it, you may have asserted it, but that's the problem. He doesn't agree with that. And he already used it against you in this back and forth and implied it. He implied it when Exodus 21 doesn't allow for chattel slavery. Do you want me to send you the link? If you want to join, we can chat a little bit about this because this is pretty interesting. Dude, I'm not faulting you on anything. I get it. Fucking when you're in the heat with fucking Jill, sometimes things get missed. I get it. I have the benefit of hindsight being 2020. I get to look at this. I can pause it. I can think about what's being said and all that. I get it. You were in time with him. You were in real time with him. So I understand it. So just let you know, no hard feelings. But that's the main problem with Jill. Jill thinks that he thinks that slavery requires kidnapping and forced labor. Or at least he's applied that, at least he's asserted that before in the past. Not implied it, asserted it in the past. You got to be kidnapped and you got to be forced to work against your will. Does Exodus 21:16 say anything about forced labor? No, it just says anybody who's kidnapped, found, blah, blah, blah. So then you can actually question him about that. I would love to join, but I'm cleaning out the garage while I listen. All right, I get it. Do you want to join while you're cleaning out the garage? I don't mind I did shit around the house. So if you want to chat like you're on the phone, you can. I don't care if I hear you rummaging. Just let me know, dude. I'll throw the link out there for you. You can clean out the garage and talk. If you want to clean out the garage and talk. If not, you can just say fuck it and then just listen in. But yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm being critical, but I think that one of the main things is that I know that you're new to Jill, and with Jill, he's a piece of shit. And that kind of stuff, you can hear it when I listen to these conversations. I can hear him throw in the insinuations. I can hear him throw in the little things, the little jabs. He wants to defeat you by making you look stupid. And the only way he gets to make you look stupid is to basically take what you're saying, and then he'll go on his channel, and then he'll twist everything that you say. And he'll go, see how stupid this guy is? See how stupid he is? He doesn't even understand what it means for a person to be a slave. You got to be kidnapped to be a slave, man. Nor to be a chattel slave? This guy's so stupid. He doesn't even understand. You got to be a slave. You got to be a kunte motherfucker in order to be a slave. That's Jill's shit. That's his fucking thing, dude. It's always been his thing. It's been his thing for the longest time.
If you're a Christian. Okay. But in
So why do we get a
desperation, yes,
distinction
some of
between
them were forced.
why do we get a distinction between hired workers and slaves
Hired
in
workers
the
and
verse I just read
slaves.
you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we get a clear
Hired
distinction
work.
in the verse that I just read you.
A slave could be someone, as I already admitted to, who is a convicted thief who is forced to
That's not what's given in Leviticus 25:35 through 35.
work. That's according to Exodus
There's nothing.
22, I believe. So a convicted thief.
Well, I'm talking about Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
Right. Where
The
is the
distinction
chattel
between the
slave there?
hired worker.
Where's the chattel slave there? You're right. Because
Yeah, well, I've already explained it to you several times. So it says you have a hired worker,
Okay.
and then it says you cannot make them work as slaves. But then it says for the slaves
Right.
you may have,
So-
right? They're the
So
foreigners.
that makes them a chattel
So why is
slave
there a
because
distinction?
there was a distinction. The problem here is that you are trying to convince us that the distinction was between a chattel slave and a non-chattel slave. You haven't
No,
demonstrated
I'm
that.
just pointing out the
A chattel slave and a non-chattel slave. Like, wait a minute. A chattel slave and a non-chattel slave. Wait a minute. Is he just acquiesced? Did he just acquiesce that there's a difference between a non-chattel slave and a slave and a chattel slave? Oh shit. How do I add a link to this? Oh, there it is. Share stream. Copy stream link. There it is. All right. Sorry. Here you go, dude. Yeah, I've been, dude. The only reason I say this is because I'm not taking this all that seriously because I've been doing stuff around the house as well. I help my wife. I took out recycling and stuff. I've had to take breaks to go to the bathroom. I don't give a shit about this that much at all. But I do like reviewing it, and I do like. I could shorten this. I could probably find a way to actually like abbreviate this. And I really actually should. If I really wanted to take the time, I really should take the time to actually abbreviate it. And the abbreviation is that, wait, that's not the right one. What is that? Hold on a second. That's not the right link. Wait, does that go here? No, sorry. There we go. Never mind. I found the right link. Copy link. Don't hit that one. That doesn't do you any good. There we go. It should be that link. That first one was just a YouTube link. But yeah, I get what you're doing, dude. You're doing your own thing and all that kind of stuff. I'm kind of doing that today too. I'm just kind of like enjoying my time, having fun. My wife's giving me the side eye. See, she's talking smack. She's talking smack. She's gonna continue. Got to get out that wife be good hand. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't take all that too seriously, but my God, Jill is fantastic to listen to sometimes because especially in debates, he fucks it up all the time. And you'll find ways that he refutes himself. And I've already seen how he refutes himself. There he is. 1 second, Objective Ethics. I'll be right with you. That's nice. That's a nice voice prompt. Boy, this thing is nice. I used to use StreamYard. Now I use this Tonk Studio thing. And this thing is nice. It says Objective Ethics joined. Like, ooh, a voice prompt and everything. I feel so special. Let's see. Where is he at? How do I join someone to this? Where is he at? Where is he at? Q. Right here. Show on stream. There you go. You there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Yep, you're good, dude. You there? You good?
I don't know. Sometimes what is it? Restream. Yeah, restream. And I don't know if my phone may crash on this one. I'm not sure. It does StreamYard okay, but sometimes my phone doesn't like some of these.
Oh, Talk Studio is OBS. It's normally better than StreamYard's. I've used it before on my. Yeah,
I heard you saying.
Yeah, go ahead. A little bit of a delay, just a little bit. Not too bad.
Oh yeah, I heard you say that. I did hear you say that you used to use StreamYard, and then you're using something else. I've only been doing this streaming thing for a few months myself, so I'm kind of new to it. But I've been very happy with StreamYard so far.
Yeah, I use Talk Studios. My brother talked me into Talk Studios, and it's cheaper. And so far, I actually kind of like it. It's actually surprisingly pretty stable. I don't mind it at all. It's not bad. So, but anyway,
Nice.
like I was saying, if you want to chew my ass out, if I fucked anything up, I think I was pretty fair in my criticisms of like stuff that you were talking about. I know that you, like I was saying earlier, you did go on kind of like a citation splurge during your opening statement, which I didn't have a problem with. However, the only problem I have with that is that would be like for someone like Jill, it'd be like putting every page of Dr. Josh's book on a projector and then just having it blasted in his face, and it would mean nothing. It means nothing to him. He doesn't care. Like everything that you were saying at that particular point, I can just assume that Jill was thinking that you were just parroting Dr. Josh, because he thinks that if Dr. Josh has communicated certain informations to people, it is Dr. Josh. It's not Dr. Josh didn't communicate scholarly consensus. He just blah 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 blah. He communicated his own shit, and you're parroting Dr. Josh at him. And he beat Dr. Josh. Remember, he thinks he beat Dr. Josh. So he's got this win in the bag.
Yeah, no,
So
that's all fair. And just to be clear, I don't take I do not get offended by any of this stuff. I don't get offended. First
okay.
of all, I don't think you have any malicious intent, and I don't even get upset when people are intentionally trying to be rude to me. As long as they don't offend somebody I care about, that's when I might get emotionally involved in a situation. But for myself, I have a pretty thick skin. But as far as I think you're doing me a huge favor by taking the time to do this, because I do try to remain humble, and I believe fallibility is a virtue. So I know that there's mistakes that I made in everything I do in life, and so I always try to say, what can I do better next time? And so you're just helping me be a better debater,
dude. I've made so many mistakes with that fucking piece of shit. It's not even funny. So when I give you criticisms, I'm giving you good, like I think you did okay. I think you did good. But here's the thing. Most people who take the approach that you just took with Jill, which is a classical kind of like debate approach where you give an opening statement and then you kind of do this kind of format, in my opinion, waste of motherfucking time. I'm not saying it's not bad.
Well,
I'm not saying
I think
it's not something that's good or anything like that. I'm not saying you're fucking up or you're an idiot for doing it. In my opinion, because of my experience with that idiot, it's a waste of fucking time, because you can cite, he's like talking to like RFK Jr. You can throw out scientific research and he will not agree with you in any way, shape, or form. Right? Like I could see it when he was doing that, because he kind of did this whole thing like, well, Exodus 21 doesn't say that there's any chattel slavery is not right. Or Exodus 21 says chattel slavery is not right, because he thinks that Exodus 21, because of no kidnapping, means there can't be chattel slavery. He thinks chattel slavery requires kidnapping. He's talked about this in the past, a long time ago. And what's interesting is yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I do think these are absolutely relative and on point. The only thing I would say is that I knew going into this, because I had that previous debate with Jill and I've heard him talk to other people. So I actually knew ahead of time what I was getting into. So my purpose for doing this, using the strategy that I used, was not to debate Jill per se, but to debate the topic and let Jill just cook himself, as opposed to going, toe to toe with all Jill's stupid arguments. Try to expose the fallibility of his position, but just double down on my own argument, since I was taking the affirmative anyway. And I think, because I was hoping that anybody who goes and watches this debate will, because I'm debating for the audience at this point, as opposed to debating against Jill, because I've learned from my last time, that's a waste of my time. No matter what, like you said, I could show Jill all the evidence. I could
I go what you're saying.
Put it right in front of his face, and he'll just ignore it. He'll close his eyes and say, no, it doesn't exist. So because of that, I thought my best strategy for this, so it's not a waste of my time, is to just lay out the argument as strong as I can and let the audience be either convinced or not convinced. And fuck Jill.
Yeah, I wish you and I could have had a conversation beforehand. Because because I would have advised you to debate the position of whether or not the kidnapping aspect, because I know this from the past. I don't know if you're that familiar with it or not. He had used it a lot over the years, where he said, well, no, you don't have chattel slavery because you don't have kidnapping. Right. So
Yeah, I did do research into that specific topic, knowing ahead of time. But Jill, if as you see going through this debate, I don't know where you're at because I can't really remember off the top of my head, even though it was a couple of days ago, where we're at in the debate. But I actually did really just try to hammer down on what is the definition of chattel. It has nothing to do with kidnapping. That's not even in. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's where I went with that.
Yeah, he just dismissed it as there's no chattel in the Bible.
Right, exactly. Which at that point I tried to hammer down the definition of what chattel is and how it's property, and then link that back to property. But I did do research into that specific point, and it was really interesting because I learned myself doing my research that in those anti-kidnapping laws, if you actually read the way it's written, because it was written by a Bronze Age culture that wasn't really good at covering their bases, at crossing the T's and dotting the I's, the only punishment that's actually mentioned, interestingly enough, is for the person who actually kidnaps the slave. It's not a punishment for having a kidnapped person in your possession. Only if you're the kidnapper. The slave doesn't get to go free, and the purchaser doesn't get to go free.
Well,
or doesn't get punished.
Well, the kidnapper only. Well, here's the thing: the scholarly consensus is that in that particular verse, it's kidnapping an actual ethnic Israelite.
Which I agree with that as well. But yeah, the interesting is there's no punishment for actually purchasing a kidnapped slave. And the slave does not get to go free. The only punishment articulated in that is for the kidnapper. That's it.
Yeah. Well, a kidnapper is...
So
there's a Dan McClellan video on this, and he brings it up that the word that's actually used is an ethnic term for a fellow Israelite. So when it says to not kidnap someone, it's talking about an ethnic person, and there's actually precedent for this in Judges, where the Benjamites actually kidnapped women from another group in order to get wives. So kidnapping women
I know the story.
Yeah, so kidnapping women and children wasn't a problem.
And I never even thought about that.
Yep. And kidnapping other people wasn't a problem because remember, you're not talking about a racial disparity. You're talking about an ethnic disparity, which is entirely
right.
You're talking about a large, diverse group of Semitic individuals amongst different nation states at this particular time.
Yes, absolutely.
So when you get into that, what Jill tries to do, and Jill has this, and I talked about it before, Jill has this ability to kind of, and praise I am. He was in the live stream when you guys were doing the debate, because I saw him there, because he's a piece of shit too.
Just really quick. So yeah, he's a piece of shit too, and he actually challenged me to a debate live after this debate ended. We took some Q&A, and he challenged me to a debate, and I watched him debate another guy that I know who's a Christian, but he's a oneness, and he also thinks that Paul and Jesus contradict each other. So he's got a kind of an outside the box view. And he debated Praise I Am on Standing for Truth, which is just a shitty fucking channel. And Donnie's a piece of shit anyway. But yeah, Praise I Am he's another Jill as far as I'm concerned. But I did take the debate. I said, if you want to debate, just get a hold of me.
Okay, if you want to do Jill, or Praise, I can help you with Praise, because Praise has some. Praise has some, so just to give you an idea, Praise has a tendency to not, do you know the difference between a historical, you're looking at something from a historical perspective versus a literary perspective?
Yes. Although, because I'm not educated when I attended seminary, I did not sign the statement of faith because I'm not a believer. I just did it for studying the history and the evolution of the religion, because as an undergrad, I was studying world religions, but I never had to take the Greek or Hebrew because I wasn't getting credited classes. I wasn't on it. You know what I mean? I wasn't going for a degree. I just audited the coursework. So I don't know any Greek or Hebrew. And that's what Praise I Am did to A's philosophy in their debate. He tried to get into the Greek. And even though his whole argument was really bad, I can't remember if they debated the Trinity or soteriology or whatever it was, but Praise I Am spent his whole time just exposing the fact that A's didn't know the Greek and made it look like he was making a stronger argument than he was.
Yeah. Yeah. Praise has a problem with historical perspectives versus literary perspectives. So he'll try to conflate the historicity with a literary perspective. And so trying to keep him on track. But Jill does the same thing sometimes. And Jill was actually kind of appealing to that at the beginning of his conversation or in your debate, because he was trying to kind of like appeal to this as like a cultural phenomenon that was occurring within this particular group. And so that's a historical perspective and not necessarily a literary one, in which your position was actually spot on, because you're going from a literary perspective, looking at the literary, you're looking at what it says, right? You're going, no, this is strictly saying this. And so at the point that I'm at in this conversation between you guys, he actually mentioned that he goes, well, Exodus 21 forbids chattel slavery. And I mentioned, I was like, here it is. I said, and I went, and so my last bit of critique was, I'm like, here's the thing, objective ethics, he doesn't catch this at the time, which I can get it, it's in the moment. I said, now the question is, what do you mean that Exodus 21 forbids chattel slavery? What does that mean that Exodus 21 forbids chattel slavery? And if he goes to Exodus 21:16 and he says, well, kidnapping, and if you go, then that turns into a different debate, right? It goes, wait, you think kidnapping is necessary for chattel slavery? And then that changes the entire vernacular. That's where I think that's where the conversation really needs to be had with Jill, is that his position. He's held this for a long, long time, that in order for slavery to be slavery, and he wasn't even about chattel slavery, that in order for slavery to be slavery, you had to have kidnapping and forced labor. Those two things had to apply. And here's the problem with that, even in Exodus 21:16, is that it talks about kidnapping. And it goes, well, now we can talk about Exodus 21:16. Does kidnapping imply that the person is being forced to work? And if he goes, well, no. Okay, well, so if I kidnap someone and I don't force them to work, and I sell them to someone else and they don't force them to work, do we have slavery in any way, shape, or form? And that becomes an interesting conversation to have with someone like Jill, because Jill holds to this kind of Americanized ideal that basically America right now is supposed to be an extended idealism of Israelite culture from back in the day. And so everything that they were doing back in ancient Israel, that those narratives that we're reading, that was the way that our culture is supposed to be today. So he's applying these broad labels, right? He's like reading these verses. Look, it says, treat the sojourner as this. Look, treat the sojourner as this. Like, do you see any slavery here? And he goes, yeah. And then the real thing that you could have done at the time, but again, this is hindsight being 2020, and go, but does Leviticus 25:44-46 say that the slave has to come from the sojourner? It doesn't. It says it can come from the nations around them and from the sojourners that reside amongst them. So now
that is really interesting. No, that is really interesting, because if I take what you just told me and combine it with what I had just said about my research about who actually pays the penalty is involved in as the object or the subject of that verse, it's the kidnapper himself. So if we say, okay, like you're saying, the guy kidnaps somebody but doesn't force him to work, sells him, it's irregardless of whether he has to work for the purchaser or not, because that's not that. Yeah. Those words are not even referenced in that verse. So he could still be forced to work by the purchaser.
Could be,
and not violate that verse.
Yeah, but it's not stipulated. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not articulated.
Yeah, it just means, yeah, and the person that's in, yeah, and then it says anybody who's in possession of said kidnapped person is also probable. It's possible of death. And here's another.
No, it's not. No, that's the difference. No, that's what I used to think. No, that's actually the difference. I used to think the same thing. It's not anyone who is. It's the kidnapper. If he's found in possession, it specifically says the kidnapper. So if he kidnaps him and sells him, or is found in possession of him, yeah. So it's not even that
anybody being found in possession of a kidnapped
you're right.
person.
Actually, I think you're right.
Yes,
I think
yes,
you're right.
yes.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I
think
thought. I was like, oh man, the light. Yeah, yeah. It's really, really key at that point, because then you can buy any
I think
kidnapped
you're
person. You're not even a target of that verse. You're not even mentioned. It's all about the kidnapper. So the slave doesn't get to go free. Yeah, the slave doesn't get to go free, and the purchaser isn't penalized. It's only the kidnapper. If you kidnap and sell, or you kidnap and are in possession of a kidnapped person, that's all about the kidnapper. It has nothing to do with the slave anymore
Yeah.
or the purchaser.
Well, it doesn't say they're a slave either. It just says they're a person who is kidnapped.
Yeah, right. But you know,
So
yeah,
we
for all
can't,
intents and purposes,
conclude.
yeah.
It says whoever kidnaps a person. It doesn't say a slave. It just says a person. Whether that person has been sold or is still held in possession shall be put to death. So yeah,
Yes.
you're right.
So, but if I combine that like with what you were saying about, okay, so the guy kidnaps somebody, sells him to a purchaser, that purchaser can do whatever he wants with him, just like it says in other verses that he's now your property, right? And that's who you may make slaves of, is the people that you purchase. And you can link it all together from there.
Yeah. And I think this is a problem because this kidnapping verse in Exodus 21 has nothing to really do with slavery, considering the fact that you actually have all these other verses that come beforehand that obviously deal with slavery and slavery being okay, right? In some kind of indentured, you do have indentured slavery here in Exodus 21. You do have this idea of chattel slavery where the person becomes the Hebrew, sells himself to another Hebrew, and then he's given a wife, and then he has children with that woman, and then he gets to go out if he wants, he can go out on the 7th year. And this is what we call the sabbatical year release, which is dictated in Exodus 21 and in I think Deuteronomy 15, which is not dictated. Oh, yep. Okay, never mind. My wife just held up. She just holds up the car. I was figuring out, like, sitting there just going, yeah, do it up, honey. And then she's like holding up a colander, like, I need your help with this shit. Sorry, sweetie. She's like, you dumbass. I can't do this shit on my own.
Happy wife, happy life, brother. I've been married we just celebrated our 25-year anniversary here a couple weeks ago, and been with her for 30 years. It takes a lot of work, but it's well worth it.
No, are you sure? I've been with my wife for 26, so we can have conversations with that, but let's do that off air, shall we? Let's just talk about that.
Yeah, we better. You mean off air? Off air, is that like slang for when my wife's not standing in the room?
Yeah, when they're not sharpening knives and getting ready to kill us? Yes. Yeah, that one.
Exactly. That off air. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that off air, where it's not aired on live stream, where people go, Jesus Christ, Jesus, a fucking piece of misogynistic asshole.
The internet's forever, brother. The internet's forever.
I know. Oh, I made a joke a long time ago where I had a conversation with this one evangelical. His name is One Way Apologetics, and his wife was in the background, and she was just screaming. She was just yelling and screaming. And I was like, dude, what is up with your? And I asked him, I was like, what is going on with your wife? And he goes, oh, she's just kind of upset. I was like, you know what I do? And I just made this really really bad taste comment. I said, well, you know what I do with my wife when she's like that? I tie her up in the basement.
It's a different world we're living in, family. You cannot say shit anymore. The best jokes are just you'll never hear them anymore.
I said that to him, and then afterward, it became like on Praise's channel, because the One Way used to frequent Praise I Am's channel, and his sister Olive, she goes, well, Jay, you said that you lock your wife in the cellar, and I went. I said, what are you talking about? She goes, that joke she goes, and she didn't say joke. She goes, what you told One Way, you said that you lock your wife in the cellar, if she's getting out of hand. And I said, yeah, it was a joke, Olive. I said, it wasn't real. And she goes, well, do you lock your wife in the cellar? I said, Olive, that can't be a thing. And she goes, what do you mean it can't be a thing? I said, I live in California. My house is on a slab foundation. We don't have a cellar. She goes, what? I was like, I don't have a cellar. I can't put her down in a cellar. We have no cellar. There's nothing to do there. And she's like, bullshit. You've got to be doing something. And I was like, wait a minute. How did this joke take such a wrong turn? How did this happen? I was like, because
Can't give him an inch, bro.
yeah, when I told it to one way at the time, his wife heard. He had me on speaker. He wasn't on a headset. So when I said it, I didn't think she could hear me. I thought he was on a headset like I am. So I said, yeah, when my wife gets that way, I just lock her up in the basement. But she heard me. So he was on open speakers. And she goes, "What? That piece of shit, motherfucker." I was like, "Oops. Uh-oh." It was bad, dude. It was bad. And I think Dr. Josh was there for a while for that one. It was bad. Dr. Josh was like, "Yeah, I'm just going to leave. I can't be a part of this." I was like,
He just
"Yeah,
left you hanging.
Yeah, I was like, "Yeah, thanks, man. Just leave me." And he goes, "Oh,
Instead
no,
of saying
this is
like,
gonna
no,
be on."
Jay, instead of saying no, Jay would never do that to his wife. He's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. Not going to get involved." Yep, and which is funny because I was like, that was like, it may not have been that one, but it may have been one before then. It was funny though because Dr. Josh and I had been in a couple conversations with people where Dr. Josh is like, "I'm just gonna walk away," and I was like, "Yeah, you might want to." He goes, "Are you gonna stay for this?" I was like, "Yes, I am," because I was an idiot. I would fucking fight those fights. I'm like, "Yeah, let's do this shit." And he's like, "All right." Because Dr. Josh was always about like having cordial conversations. He'd keep it cordial, but once it got fucking vile, or things got a lot of fucking, he'd be like, "Nope, I'm done. I'm out." I'm like, "Nope, don't blame you." But I would stay. I've only done that a couple times with Dr. Josh, and it was funny every time because he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go." Like I'd be like, "You pussy, you fucking left me."
I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. It's a leaf I've been trying to turn over for the last probably 15 years, so I'm still working on it. But I used to be a lot more aggressive. I work in the bar business. So I work in the hospitality industry, so hotels, casinos, nightclubs, bars, that kind of shit. So I deal with a lot of drunk people, and I worked as a bouncer, and so I still have sometimes a kind of a tendency to like not deal with a lot of bullshit very well. You know what I mean? Like it's like, okay, you're fucking out of here kind of thing. And I've been trying to like soften up my personality because I think we do need to all find ways to get along at the end of the day. But I still have old habits do sometimes rear up. I get a little heated.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You can't help it.
Oh, so you're kind of like I think Mark Reed. He's got a long history of customer service. He's like amazingly. Are you familiar with Mark Reed from Australia?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
I
man,
debated against Objective Morality on Raging Tomatoes channel. He's a great guy.
Yeah, and yeah, I always got amazed with him one time because I was just like, "How are you this pleasant?" Like I wanted to just reach across the internet and slit their throat. Sorry, but
Yeah, I know he's good. I
figuratively.
actually was really proud of him
Figuratively.
because he is super nice, but he debated against fucking Jim Bob or Andrew Wilson. I can't remember which one it was. One of those fucking
Both.
tunes.
He's done both.
And
He's actually done both.
he actually like he actually got like pretty salty with them because he was getting, you know how those guys are in their debates. It's all rhetoric, it's all performative. They're not making an actual argument, and it's all ad hominem and stuff. And Mark Reed actually like got rhetorically into it with him. I was pretty impressed because, like you said, Mark Reed is usually very non-confrontational. You know what I mean? Real super nice, and I shouldn't say non-confrontational because he'll definitely confront somebody, but he's very nice about it. But I saw him get into it.
Anytime you're dealing with a debate, you're dealing with a confrontation, but there is the level where where the confrontation can kind of kick up, where it gets beyond that normal. I don't know, that normal, just kind of cordial back and forth, which that can be just necessarily a back and forth or confrontational. But yeah, sometimes that shit would just, I remember watching some of those and be like, "Nope, not going to review that one." And be like, "Why not?" And I'm like, I don't even know why Mark Reed even bothered. And I was like, "Nope, I have no idea why he even bothered with that one." But he did, and it was on him, so he could have it. And I didn't say he was wrong. He made good points during the time and all that, but I was like, not gonna do it. because I couldn't. I just
Yeah,
couldn't bring myself to listen. The exchange was just so cringe. I just couldn't do it. I was just like, ugh, fuck them.
this one got a little bit. I got a little bit salty in this one, especially because you watched my last debate with Jill, and I was extremely polite to him, intentionally so. Even though I was really frustrated, I was extremely polite.
Oh, I
But
haven't
this
gotten
time,
into anything. Yeah, you're being a little bit more forceful, but at this point in the conversation, you're not too salty, but you are kind of holding.
well,
him
I
to
did
his
make a couple
guns.
of. Yeah, I did make a couple of comments like throughout the thing, because I was pissed because the whole drama about it was he wanted to change the prompt, and I didn't find out about it until the day of the debate. He's like, I'm not going to debate you because whatever. Well, he about a week before, Robin sent me an email. Hey, Jill wants to change this prompt, and I says, no, I'm not giving Jill an inch this time. Fuck that guy. And apparently, he had been harassing her and calling her names, and then being very disrespectful. And I didn't know all this until the day of the debate, and he told her that he's not going to debate if she's the moderator because he thinks she's being biased because I won't change the prompt, which had nothing to do with her. It was all on me. I said no, so I was really pissed at Jill. I'm still pissed at Jill about that.
That
Because
makes
Robin,
sense.
Robin, right? She's like the nicest lady in the world.
Yeah, she's nice as shit. Yeah.
Yeah, she's
like
hella
I
cool.
criticized, and I think I remember when I criticized like your debate with Jill that last time and her being the moderator. I was like, I criticized.
She said something about that. Like, she mentioned you. She's like, yeah, I got in trouble by Jay and a few other people.
No,
the way I moderated, I was too easy on Jill.
Yeah. Well, if I remember, I don't know if she remembers or not, but I stipulated. I said for people who don't know how to moderate with Jill, this can happen. So that's why I gave the corrective criticism. I was like, yeah, this is a problem because Jill, I moderated a debate between Jill and the Messenger Reveals, who's also a Christian. But he doesn't like to label himself as a Christian. He's a non-religious Christian. And they were debating. I can't remember the topic of debate that they were doing, but John, the Messenger Reveals, he goes, no, I want Jay to be our moderator. And Jill was like, what? And he goes, yeah, I want Jay to be the moderator. And he's like, all right. And so I became the moderator for it. And like a lot of times, like I had to like really step in and be like, no, Jill, you need to answer that question now. And I think
you actually did force him to answer?
Yes, all the time, multiple times.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I would because I was familiar by that time. I'd already been familiar with him for a couple of years, and so I knew his tricks. I knew his little game, and so I would mute him, and then I'd be like, "Nope, I don't want you pulling this obfuscation game. He gave you a direct question. You answer it directly, and then I'll give you the time to give your exposition." And he didn't like that. I don't remember. I think he may have ran. He may not have, but he did not like it. But John definitely loved it because I kept them both. Like even a couple times, like John was like really like going after Jill, and I had to pause it real quick. I was like, John, give him a chance to respond. Dude, John, I get it. You got him. You think you got him, but just you got to dial it back a little bit, figure out a different method, and then go this way. Or I would give him those tips, but I'm like, no, stop for a minute. You just give him a minute to respond and then go from there. And I'd have to be critical of that on both ends. But Jill would just respond with he would either not respond or he'd go on these long diatribes, and I'd be like, nope, you're done. You gotta either answer the question. No, you gotta understand. I gotta give you the entire history. I was like, we're not gonna sit here for an entire 30-minute exposition on the history of some bullshit. And he's like, nah, well, if you're not willing to listen to that, I'm like, oh, fuck off. You don't even know what you're doing then. And yeah, the debate was fine. And John loved it. John was like, yeah, Jay's a great moderator. Cause I would just keep him to his guns. But that was the only criticism that I had with Robin, was that Robin was new to this. I think she's new to this. And with Jill, you have to be careful because if you give that motherfucker a centimeter, he takes 3 miles. He will just do whatever he can to just plow right on through. And you got to rein that motherfucker in. And if you do not have that, like I saw her in a live chat with him, and I saw how he like tried to corner her on things, and this other guy was there, and I was like, Yep, that can be problematic. And so if you're weak on dealing with Jill, it can be, and I'm not saying this is a problem with Robin. It's just Jill has this, he has this way. And if you're not used to dealing with him, it can fuck you up. And you have to know exactly how to deal with them. I remember years ago, are you still there? I think he's gone. Oh, yep. I think he's gone. Did he leave? Yep. I think he left. Maybe you shit left. Anyway. Yeah, he's gone. Anyway. Sorry, folks. I was going on a rant there. Oopsie. Anybody else want to join? Oh, shit. All right.
The
You're
information that's there, and
demonstrating
I'm letting the audience come
distinction.
to their own. I'm letting the audience come to their own
Sure, they
conclusion.
can
So
make the
please
same
don't assume what I'm
assumption you
trying to
did,
do.
but you haven't
I'm asking you.
demonstrated.
Oh, but yeah, what I was saying before. I'm sorry. The problem with Robin is that if you're not really privy to him, he'll fuck you up. That's the crux of my position. If you're not privy to fucking Jill shit, he'll fuck you up.
Your
A
question of
chattel
whether,
slave.
yeah,
So for example,
you've already run away from that.
Especially if you're very charitable. If you're very charitable, you're very hospitable, he'll fuck your shit up. He'll take miles. He'll fuck you all up.
You've
so
already run away from the
for
chattel part, which
example,
is fine. My question for you doesn't
so this
involve the
isn't a
word
cross
chattel here.
exam.
This question,
So go
I
ahead and
didn't say,
finish,
yeah, I didn't say chattel.
and
I
we'll
didn't say
actually
chattel, Jill.
hear a real cross exam when it's my turn. But go ahead.
Jill, I didn't use the word chattel in this question. You're inserting that to go back to your other point of denying that it's even there. Okay, can you please address the question I'm asking you? Why is there a distinction between a hired servant who gets paid and a slave? It specifically says you may not treat your hired worker as a slave, but then it says you may have slaves. So you get a distinction there. So why is that distinction there?
Yeah. So what is the? So you were asking what the distinction is? It's
Why is it there?
there. Okay. So you're asking why is it there? You're not demonstrating because all you're doing is you're assuming it's there because one is a chattel slave and the other is not. Okay,
Again, you
so
continue
let
to
me give you
insert
an
the word
example.
that
Let
you
me give you
are.
an example of how
Okay.
there can be a distinction in law, even though both parties are human and both parties are
Oh,
treated.
you piece of shit. He's trying to say that you can't actually apply that there's a distinction when you haven't established that there is chattel slavery. I think that's what he's doing.
With dignity and respect, but one has it
Where are you getting the idea of dignity and respect?
easier time than another. Because you are a citizen, as I mentioned in my opening, you have privileges that a non-citizen does not have. Someone here who is working on a work visa does not have the same rights that I do. That's not evidence that they are a chattel slave. You need to actually demonstrate someone's being kidnapped and forced into a
Here it
system of
is.
labor without their consent.
That's it right there. You have to show kidnapping and forced into labor without their consent. He just gave it right there.
That is what a chattel slave is, since you would not.
That is not what a chattel slave is. There is no definition of a chattel slave that means that they were kidnapped and forced to do labor. In fact, I can do it since he appeals to ChatGPT. I'll do this. Please give me the definition of what it is to be a chattel slave. Okay. So, according to ChatGPT, and now again, Jill opened this door because he has said, go do your homework. Go to ChatGPT and do your homework. A chattel slave is a person who is treated in law and practice as the movable property, chattel, of another person rather than as a legal person with independent rights. A chattel slave is a person who is legally regarded as the personal property of another, can be bought, sold, inherited, and transferred like other property, and whose labor and legal status are controlled by the owner. And then it goes into ownership and property and all that. And then I'm going to ask it this. Is kidnapping a necessary requirement for a person to be considered a chattel slave? No, kidnapping is not a necessary requirement for someone to be a chattel slave. This is one of the most common points of confusion in debates about slavery. A person is a chattel slave because of their legal status and treatment, not because of how they entered their status. Historically, people become chattel slaves through a variety of means, including blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, please give me what it means for a person to be a slave based on the entry. And it gives me the 1926 Slavery Convention.
Allow me to define it. I'm defining it in this answer here. Okay.
Is my
That's a
headset
chattel
working?
slave
Yeah, it is.
according to what we have experienced right here in our country. Someone who is forced to work against their will.
That's not what it means to be a slave, Joe. Someone being forced to work against their will is not necessarily a slave.
In an area or a desert or place that's kidnapping without their permission, without their consent or volition, and they're forced to work. They're sold into a system of slavery or servitude.
What does that mean?
That's a
sold
chattel
into a system
slave.
of slavery.
You have not demonstrated that in Leviticus 25 at all.
Okay, that none of that addressed the question that I asked you whatsoever. You moved on to something completely differently. But just to clear this up really quickly,
That wasn't the question.
we're not talking about slavery. We're not talking about slavery in the antebellum South. First of all,
Never said
and
we
second of
were.
all, that's not the definition of that's not the definition of chattel.
Okay.
Nor is the
Chattel
definition of chattel
slave.
slave. It has nothing to do.
Not
It has
chattel.
nothing to do with kidnapping.
Chattel
The
slave.
definition of chattel slave has nothing to do with kidnapping.
Yes, it does.
Okay. No, it does not.
Okay.
It refers to the ownership of property, treating a person as a material possession. But we
Right.
can move
You
on
haven't
from that. You
demonstrated
said
that in the scriptures.
dignity. You said, Jill. You just said dignity and respect.
Right.
So, do you think that if a person treats a victim with dignity and respect, that does not make them a victim?
Oh, here's the victim thing.
You
Do
need
you know what
to
Stockholm
demonstrate
syndrome is?
victim, not just say I'm a victim.
Do you know what? Do you know
Liberal.
what Stockholm syndrome is?
You actually
Have you heard of-
demonstrate that they're
Ooh, I
Have
wouldn't
you
go
heard
this
of
way.
Stockholm syndrome? Do you know what this is?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Stockholm syndrome. Why?
So in Stockholm syndrome, you have a
You're
victim,
going to
right?
educate us on Stockholm syndrome instead of doing your cross
I'm
exam?
asking you a question. Is there a
This is
victim
really
in the
looking bad.
relationship that's related to Stockholm syndrome between the victim and the
You
perpetrator of a
haven't
crime? Is there a
demonstrated
relation
any
there?
Stockholm syndrome. So
Jail, I didn't ask if I had or hadn't. I'm asking you a
why are
question.
you
Is
giving
there
me a
a
quiz on
relationship? Is
Stockholm
there a
syndrome?
victim?
Is there a
Is
He
victim?
there
doesn't
a
have to.
victim?
He's presenting it.
Yes.
Yes. There is an abuser
Yes.
and a
Okay.
victim. Yes.
So if
Now
so the
demonstrate
fact
that
that
in the
somebody is
text.
being treated so the fact that somebody is being treated with dignity and respect has nothing to do with whether or not there's a victim there,
You're
right?
not a victim if you're being treated with dignity and
That's not
respect.
what I asked you. That's
No,
not what I
if
asked
you're
you. So
being
if
treated
somebody
with
treat
dignity and
if a
respect
criminal
and you want
if
to
a
There it is.
criminal treats their
then you're not a
victims with
victim.
Okay.
dignity and respect, does that mean they're no longer a victim?
If you're
Nope.
being treated with dignity and respect and you're
There it is. So Jill, if you're being treated with dignity and respect, then you're not a victim. So you're not a victim of slavery. So if a person is a slave, if they're owned by someone and they're being treated with dignity and respect, can they be considered a slave? No, because slavery necessitates that someone is a victim.
there based on your own volition, you're not a victim.
You can be a victim
You just simply
and
aren't.
still be
Jill,
treated
that's
with.
not what I asked.
That is what you
That
asked.
again, you are straw manning the questions so you can
Strawmanning the
try to
question?
come up with it.
No,
Yes,
that
yeah.
person
If
is
a
not a
if
victim.
a victim,
No,
this is very simple. I'm keeping it
they're
as
Mhm.
not
simple
a
as I can for
victim.
you.
No.
If there is a victim that is being treated with respect, does that mean they are no longer a
I don't
victim? That's a
consider
yes or no
is
question.
a victim being treated with respect? I don't
Dignity and
if
respect were the
you're being
words that you used.
victimized, that person is not respecting you even if they give you a ham sandwich. They're not respecting.
Well, I would agree. I would
Okay,
agree
then. So why are
100%,
you
Jill, which is
asking
why
these
your comment
nonsensical questions? You're wasting
about dignity
people's
and
time.
respect means
You're
nothing. And
wasting
I'm
people's
glad you
time.
pointed that out.
So
Thank you. We can move on to the next question.
demonstrate instead of just asserting. Demonstrate. That's
Yes,
what
I've
we've
done
been
that
waiting
already
for
by
2 hours.
demonstrating that people are being treated as property. That makes them
Right.
a victim.
And we're going to
It's
find out what your
dehumanizing.
definition of property is. That's what we're going to find out during my
I gave you the
cross.
definition of property. Already, and I also brought the examples of the Bible. It is a material possession that holds some
possession, right.
value.
So what's your next
A material possession that holds some value.
Okay, what's your
That's
next
right.
question?
And we see that in the actual usage of
Okay.
the word property.
You don't know
right?
what a
That's
question
what we
you
see.
don't know
And
what
when
a
I
question is, do you? This is your
you just
cross
asked me
exam.
to explain this to you. You literally just asked me to explain this to you. Did you not need me to
I know,
explain
but
to you any
this is
longer?
your cross. So ask your next question, please.
Oh, you're done. Okay, so you don't need that explained anymore. Okay, let me see here. I think I will. Let me see here. I think I've probably got as much as I could get out of you, to be honest with you. I think the rest is just going to be a waste of time. So thank you very much, Jill. I appreciate you, and I'll go ahead and concede the rest of my time.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Objective Ethics. Jesus is Lord. You have 25 minutes and start when you're ready.
All right. The word property. Again, he tried to do this with the word
Is a question,
purchase.
Jill? Jill, are you asking a question?
Yes. Yeah, you
Oh,
tried to
okay.
do this
Sounded like
with,
you were getting ready
with
to
the word purchase.
give a speech there. Sorry.
So yes, the word purchase or buy means, according to the lexical Hebrew lexicons, to acquire, to buy, to obtain, to create. Notice that buy is only one meaning among several. So the word fundamentally means to acquire legal possession or rights.
I'm sorry. I didn't have my headset down. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Property isn't a noun. To acquire something is to acquire something. That's a verb. That's an action. Property is the noun. So my property is a noun. How I obtain said property is a verb.
Okay. So in Genesis 4:1, I have acquired a man from the Lord. That was Eve speaking about her son, Cain. Did Eve purchase Cain as a piece of furniture? OE?
I don't know. I didn't come to debate Genesis and Adam and Eve
Okay.
and Cain and Abel. I came to debate
It's the
slavery.
same word, quantity, where we get the word quantify. Okay. So Eve obviously did not purchase Cain. Okay.
He's appealing to univocality. However, there's a problem here. Let me see something real quick. Make sure my audio is working all right. I think something may have gotten fucked up.
Are the same.
I think I may have paused it too and tried to comment, and I didn't realize that my mic was up. Go to my channel real quick. Yep, here we go. Am I working or? Yep, that's all working. Cool. We're good. Wasn't sure there. I fucked up because I had I thought. All right. So, sorry, eating dinner. I thought I was. I think I tried to comment on a couple things before that, but I forgot that my headset was up. My mic was up, so that means I was muted on my mic side and not on this. So those would have come in as quiet. But anyway, here we go.
Word is used to.
No, we don't. I don't know. I don't know that Eve didn't purchase Cain.
You don't know that,
I'm
yeah.
not conceding that. I have no idea.
Well, Cain was her son.
Maybe she did. Maybe because we know that there were other people in the land. We know that when Cain killed Abel, he was really worried about retribution from other people in the land. So we know that there were other people. Maybe she bought Cain as a servant, as a foreign slave, and owned him as property.
Oh,
Okay, good. All right. So Leviticus 25 and Exodus 21 speaks about servants who were purchased with money. And the Hebrew expression is minquat kisef. And then, of course, I'm not pronouncing that correctly. It literally means an acquisition of silver or acquired by money. Does this describe the legal transaction or the person's intrinsic?
A foreign slave and owned him as property.
Okay, good. All right. So Leviticus 25 and Exodus 21 speaks about servants who were purchased with money. And the Hebrew expression is minquat kisef. And then, of course, I'm not pronouncing that correctly. It literally means an acquisition of silver or acquired by money. Does this describe the legal transaction or the person's intrinsic value?
Okay. What he's talking about is he's trying to play on words here. The acquiring of a person in some situations may not necessarily equate to this. So if I exchange money for a contract, that may require the exchange of money for the contract for that person to do some kind of work for me. And that's what Jill's trying to do. But to acquire the money for that person in and of themselves, that's different. Jill's trying to obfuscate here. That's what I think Jill's trying to do here. He's going to try to argue with objective ethics that, like, I can negotiate with a person to give them money for a job that they do versus I give them money and I get that person in and of themselves.
Well, it can be related to both. Intrinsic value is a little bit, I'm not quite sure how you're applying that, but it could be both. It could be a legal transaction, and that transaction could be a representation of an intrinsic value of a piece
Could
of
be.
property. Yes, these people that were
Could
purchased,
be.
with these people that were purchased, these people that were purchased had an intrinsic value to the purchaser as they were their property, right? Just like a piece of land or a cow or a goat or a
Right.
sheep
So
or anything
it
like
could
that.
be
Yeah.
either. This is Leviticus 25.
Either
These are the
what?
passages you cited. This is your debate. This is your argument, OE. You're just
Could be
you
either
just
what. You haven't
conceded
given me an
that you don't know.
You didn't introduce an
It could
alternative.
be. You just
Well, I didn't
conceded,
concede that I
sir.
don't know.
You don't know. Is this describing a
Don't know.
legal transaction like all of the other transactions in Leviticus 25? Or is it describing the person's value, their intrinsic value, acquisition?
I just said one is related to the other. It's
One is
the
related
same
to the
thing.
other.
If a person is purchased as a piece of material,
This is a red herring. He has to be very careful about this. This is a red herring that Jill's throwing up. The verse is essentially saying that you can purchase, as for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, you may purchase them from the nations around you. You may acquire them, you may own them as property. He's messing up the entire narrative. So it already implies that there's this legality narrative, that it's legal for you to actually purchase certain human beings, right? Either you purchase sojourners who are selling themselves or family members amongst you, or you can go out in the nations around you and purchase other people as slaves, because it says, as for your male and female slaves, right? Neat. So these human beings you may have, and you may keep them in perpetuity. He's trying to he's trying to fuck up something here with the narrative. Be right back, folks. Be right back with you in a moment, folks. Long stream. Long stream. All right.
Material property,
There we go.
that property has an intrinsic value, just like a piece of land or a cattle, piece of livestock, or a piece of clothing. It holds and then an intrinsic value.
Okay. So
Yes.
money changes hands, a legal relationship is created, and
There it
then the
is.
worker enters the household.
That's not it.
So the money that changes hands is from the buyer and the seller, not the slave itself. The slave is the object, not the subject.
Where is the third? There's no third party in Leviticus 25. This is
No,
the
it doesn't
sojourner.
specifically say
You
that.
haven't established any other.
You
party.
haven't established a
It doesn't-
third party.
it
Is
says
this
when a-
is this a
You haven't
this is a
established
legal
that there's not.
It doesn't. Mm-hmm. It just says you can purchase those people from the nations around you and from them who reside amongst you. It doesn't talk about a third party. It could be a one-on-one. And the third party could be the slaver from the nation around them. It could be the father that's selling his kids, the sojourners, to the Israelite. Either way, you still have selling.
transaction
You haven't
between two
established there's
parties?
not a third
This is
party.
a legal
You
transaction.
haven't established there's not a third
The
party.
burden of
Jill.
proof
You're
is
just-
on you, sir. Remember, the burden of proof is
No,
on
you're the
you.
one making the claim.
Okay.
You're the
No,
one making
you're
the claim,
making the
brother.
claim that the Bible condones chattel slavery or prescribes it. So the burden of proof is on you, sir. And all I keep getting is, well, it could be, or could be this, or could be that, because there's nothing explicitly in the text that
He just changed the questioning narrative.
suggests such. This is just your assertion. So money changes hands, a legal relationship is created, the worker enters the household. Where is the definition of their humanity in that transaction?
Okay. What a piece of shit. Let's do it. However, you may purchase male and female slaves. So remember, he's talking about the purchasing aspect, right? So this is saying, however, you may purchase male and female slaves from among the nations around you. You may also purchase the children of temporary residents who live among you, including those who have been born in your land. You may treat them as your property. Passing on to your children as permanent inheritance, you may treat them as slaves, but you must never treat your fellow Israelites this way. So it goes to the purchasing and then what they can be treated as. And that's his NLT.
Action.
So the way that we know that you're misrepresenting this is because you have to go to verse 39 for the context. It tells you what a hired worker is and who can be treated as a hired worker.
Okay. So the Bible is describing
hired
the
worker
Bible
is
is
not the same as
describing
a-
how someone enters the household. Where is it defining their humanity? Show me in the text where it's defining them as property, as would be a piece of furniture.
It says it can be treated as property. It doesn't say, oh my God, he took this the wrong way. So I said, have to be careful because he's going to take it that route. It doesn't have to be that a person is a one-on-one equivalence to a piece of property, to like a piece of furniture. He's completely out of his step here. This is Jill. This is how Jill is trying to get around the nuance of the law. Well, it doesn't say they're going to be necessarily treated as a piece of furniture, right? So I guess they can be treated as some kind of property, right? Oh, so if they're not treated as a piece of furniture, then they can be treated as some kind of furniture or some kind of property that's just a step above a piece of furniture.
not a legal transaction, not money changing hands, or a
Oh
legal
yeah, because you
relationship.
can pass them off as an inheritance.
The story of Exodus. Does it mean absolute ownership of the person's life?
No, it's just an error.
Absolute ownership. If they're your property, it
Okay.
does.
And then
There we go.
what it meant
All right.
that you will agree.
I've been on this long enough. We had that error. Apparently, that was just an error, but I can go back to it. Oh yeah, sorry. Hey, Mark Reed. Yeah, I was going to continue this. I've been on for probably far too long. How long have I been on for? Oh, 5 hours. Yeah, I need to be done. So I'm going to let this go. I might continue this later. So have fun, folks.